Ooh, I mean, Mert, I don't think Theo is sponsored for his stream. He's sponsored for his YouTube content, right? His stream is just a separate, like, minor income stream. I don't think his stream is valuable for sponsors. Like, 500 people is huge, right? And that's, I think, his average. But that's not where he's getting any of his sponsorship money. He gets his money from, like, the YouTube stuff. Companies are sponsoring his YouTube content, you know? Okay, so we are live on Twitter and YouTube now. Let me just rehash the today command for those channels. What is our plan? All right, so we actually got a really good illustration out of DeepSeek yesterday for the Masijo stuff, which is awesome. We should probably keep hammering on that, but, and this is a big but, we hit our Ollama session limit twice yesterday because we're using max effort. We should crank that back down to like high or extra high. So we'll do that. We're also making good progress on GitBench. Only a few more things to do before I think we are like ready to publish. We did some UI stuff. We're still doing some stuff related to the reliability of our test runner. So basically, we hit rate limits, and they're not getting retried within a reasonable amount of time. So then I have to run my doctor command, and then the doctor command is hitting like rate limits. And then we have to like run doctor multiple times. So like, we need to figure out the rate limiting issues a little bit more. Or at least like how we handle being like robust against those rate limits. So yeah, that's our plan. Let me get more music going for Twitter and Twitch. Okay. Sorry. 1 second. Let me switch screens here. I forgot I didn't get this part set up yet. Okay, this is showing the wrong screen there. Okay, cool. Boom.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
And wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Okay. Hold on. Wait, what? Maybe I could set up an agentic rate limit monitor and have it just run a Python script when those limits are hit. Audacity, that makes zero sense to me. The rate limiting we're talking about is when we're running things against OpenRouter for the Git benchmark stuff. That has nothing to do with my session limits for Ollama. So which one of those things are you talking about? The rate limit for Open Router is just how many requests per minute or per second or whatever are we doing. We just need a proper timeout between things. That's easy. Nope. Yeah, session limits for Olama, there's no getting around that. We use the tokens, we hit the limit. That's it. I'm not sure what you think the Python script would do. Like, what does the Python script do in that case? I'm a little curious. All right, so this like the old like download more RAM joke, right? Just download more tokens for your session. Duh, no big deal. How does that get around an Olama limit? Like, you're being really hand wavy about like what does the script actually do? Like, what I'm working on doesn't matter when it comes to an Olama session limit. We're not talking about context windows. We're talking about cloud token usage. How would a Python script fix that? Right? Just imagine you're using Codex or Claude. Olama has a cloud that you can use in that same way. This isn't something running locally. This is a session limit, just like any other provider's subscription. It definitely wouldn't. I think they're just misunderstanding that we're talking about the subscription for Olama, not the thing you host locally. All right, so we did hit our marketing limit, but we got some really good usage out of it. So that's awesome. Yeah, we'll start fresh on a totally different illustration. We do want to hit GitBench first and get that churning first because those tokens are more important. Yeah, so it looks like that one completed just fine. So we're good there. We're going to keep doing this one at our like high, extra high, whatever. One thing I want to double check though. Well, that's not the whole API key, but we probably do need to reset that. And I did forget we do have Minimax though. But yeah, let me go reset that API key. It's not the whole thing, so you wouldn't probably be able to get much out of it. But we do have Minimax M3 that we could use, and we are on the $20 plan. Yeah, exactly. I think it's got to be here in access. There it is. Now hold on. Let me do this real quick. Can I just disable these? No. I forgot we had Xiaomi Mimo still. We canceled that ages ago. Okay though. So we see the open code Go there. That's right. I got open code Go I could use. So yeah, when we're hitting our limits, we do have other things we could juggle between. So I do need to remember that. Where the hell? I just want to make sure I don't leak another key while I'm looking for this. Ah, here it is. Here it is. All right. That's what I was looking for. So this thinking level map where we're doing high to max, that's actually only in GitBench. So the illustration stuff shouldn't have eaten through that much. So I think we're good, because I do think I want max. For some of this. But yeah, we also have M3 that we should be using too. Yeah, standard.site seems cool. Let's keep going. All right, so I'm not sure I believe this. Delete the effort matrix just to see. And we run other models cheap. It's going to tick through. There we go. See, I did totally forget about those session limit workarounds, right? We have Open Code Go. Even if I use up all month of Open Code Go within 11 days, fuck it. It's $10. Use it. Minimax is good enough. We could probably even start burning Minimax on the illustration stuff just to try it, because why not? Actually, yeah, I like that idea. Let's do the Minimax thing. Okay, hold on. We'll update. I'm not sure I want to update just yet, actually. Yeah, we'll wait on the update. There's got to be something in here I'm missing. Here we go. All right, there it is. Default model ID. Yeah, all right. Now, hold on. Does it just go at the top level of default provider, default model? I think it does. And what up, Ethan? How you doing? And then the name of it is Minimax M3. Boom. All right, nailed it. I would expect this one to keep its normal default. So hold on. It's because we're not passing an effort level. That's it. That's actually it. Right? Like, we don't... Yeah, that was it. I don't know why my brain was forgetting that, but yeah. You know, we didn't see Devstral in that list either. Right? So now we are going to see Granite in that list. We should see at least, like, okay, the others. Okay, so that one fails. Low, not honored. None confirmed. Low, not honored should be another thing we saw. So then if we're looking at it, that was it. All right, so we're so close, actually. This should still be DeepSeek, yes. We're going to do a Pi update, though. And you're doing well, Ethan? Nice. Okay, so we updated. Yep, we trust this folder. Okay, so all right, so yeah, that one churning along. This one now. Minimax M3, yes. Yes. All right, so we want to fine-tune an illustration. We should continue down the page that we're already on, and I like the noise one here. This one's good. Like, we could space it better, sure. But then, what to track? And this one, that one is some slop. So, let's double check. All right, so we added that. We're going to remove that because that's unnecessary. So I want to replace the illustration on the keyword monitoring page. The second illustration on the keyword monitoring page near the what to track. And it's not in, it's not near, it's in the what to track section. All right, so yeah, we're going to kick off some more illustration generation because I am really bad at making illustrations. I don't know what I want. I don't have design taste. So yeah, this is the part we're going to do. Boom. Right? We could get back to using these, but I think we can iterate on those later and then just bring them back into the homepage. So we'll just go page by page. So yeah, how's everyone doing? What y'all up to? Uh, this has got to be a Minimax thing. Let me just double check this. All right. I think we're good there. All right, open code go, and then straight to open router. Right, it's just all open router. Where's... Oh, there's my Olama stuff, at least. Oh, okay. One more time.
Give him an enema.
I think I have the model named wrong. Oh, but we cleared it. Let me rename this. Can you guys see the typo? I reverted back to 13 years old with that typo. Settings dash BSEC. Right in the BSEC. That's a good typo. I'm gonna leave it. I'm fine with it for now. Pow, right in the B-sack. Oh, I am a child. Okay. See, that works. Yeah, motherfucker. Why is our Minimax subscription broken? What up, Lock? How you doing? How's my evening? We're chilling. Oh, open code auth login. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So I do need to do this one more time. Sorry, BRB. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so this is something OpenCode does really well. Let me just make sure I'm not leaking that key. We are good there, and we're back. But yeah, so you're vibing some stuff in Claude. Thought you'd find some like-minded people. Well, I mean, we're not that like-minded because Claude fucking sucks. But no, use whatever you want, man. I'm just having fun with it. I'm just having fun. It's fine. Use whatever you want. There it is. There it is. But we do need to install. Is it? No. Okay, I forget how to install OpenCode again. Fuck. You're new to all this. You heard it was okay, made a banging game for your daughter. No, and I'm just having fun. Honestly, it's an okay model. Claude Code as a harness, though, really sucks. But you know what? Like, it doesn't matter. If you're using the, if you're using any of, like, the super expensive plan, you could probably get better value elsewhere. But if you're just using like the $20 plan, it's probably pretty good value and you're fine. Yeah, I would say the $20 plan is totally like worth it. I don't think they're worth the $200 plan. You would get better value like spreading that $200 around to other stuff, in my opinion. I just don't like being like vendor locked, you know? Nah, we don't do feedback, sorry. We do have a Discord channel you can do it in, right? We got a project feedback channel, no problem. It's just more like live here on stream, especially for like a new viewer. People have been here and they've been like a part of the community, I'm a little more lenient. But like we just don't do the drive-by review stuff, you know? Because we get a lot of spammers. Yep. Thank you for asking, though. That was actually cool of you. Someone just did the Discord command. It's just right above you there. All right. Anyway. It's the comment right above where you said fair. Okay, so open code is not what I'm trying to install. Whoops. Yeah, I know how that works. Open spec is what I was looking for. Oh, and that's right. I don't think we actually need to keep installing this damn thing. Sure, man. That's fine. I'm guessing the name Aston is related to cars too. But you didn't do the Martin thing. So is your name actually Martin? Did I just like Sherlock Holmes that shit? Okay, you used to own an Aston, now you have a Ferrari. Got it. All right, so OPSX Explore. And what was the thing we typed for that? Oh, wait. I just want to grab the thing that I typed. Give me a second. Here we go. Let's do this session. 1 second. There we go. What? That is not what I wanted. Yeah, all right. We just got to type it out. Lame. Okay. Open code. And then, real quick. So, next tab. What are you up to? How you doing? Oh, you're doing some WordPress site, like site stuff. And you're doing a launch party for one of the sites you did maybe for a client or one of your own things. I can't remember if you do like client work on stream or not. For Dance Studio. Nice. You worked on it for months. It took forever. Doing it by hand, I assume? Because I wouldn't imagine that LLMs are that great at doing WordPress stuff and making sure it's secure. I would assume you did a bit, right? Oh, they have multiple locations. Built them a new backend and all that stuff so people can easily select one. They're actually good with WordPress, as there's so much documentation about it on the web. I guess I never think of like WordPress sites as being open source. So the ones that are open source, I'm not sure they'd be any good. Take it easy, Aston. Yeah, Claude could ship some slop in 2 hours, for sure. If you're new to Twitch, there's typically a way to let people know you're joking or being sarcastic, and that is the Kappa emote. All right, so the hardest part is that they're using HubSpot as their CRM. So you had to find ways to sync constantly between HubSpot and WordPress. Is there not a good plugin for that syncing? Because if there isn't, I think you're onto something with like a plugin you could actually sell. Yeah, so if you could do a better plugin, you might be onto something. To me, that sounds like a real moneymaker. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Honestly, like, just because of something like that, I think you're really onto something. I mean, it most likely will, but Salesforce or HubSpot. Wait, hold on. Is this Salesforce or HubSpot? Their CRM? HubSpot. HubSpot. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, like I doubt it. HubSpot doesn't move that fast for some of those things. But dude, I really do think you might be onto something with a way better like HubSpot integration plugin. Put your thoughts into that. Could be really good. And I don't know if it's I will most likely see what we're using for GitKraken, because we use HubSpot for GitKraken too. I think it's just the tracking link or something, though. So I guess the way you're doing it is your integration is surfacing CRM stuff into the WordPress dashboard. So I'm not sure we would need anything like that. But anyway, I'm just throwing it out there. I do think you could make money off of a plugin like that. But I don't know. But yeah, have a good night. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. So for everyone joining in from the raid, we have our plan for the day, if you're a little curious, and this one's also for Aston. The thing I'm doing right now is I'm just getting open code started on the illustration stuff, but we had to get open code set up for it. All right, so yeah, we want to replace the second illustration on the keyword monitoring page. When I just realized, hold on, I didn't refresh my Twitter chat. So if someone was chatting over there, I apologize. I would not have seen it. Okay, so we want to start exploring what we would do for this second illustration on this page, right? This first one, I think we cooked on. It could do a little better as far as like the square layout, because we're using a similar version of that animation in a wider layout on the homepage. But here, this animation, we just like filled in the blanks. That way we had a way of telling the clanker what to do. I'm not sure I even like these though, right? It's pretty accurate. right? I just don't know if I like the contents, but we should be brainstorming what this animation might look like, and this thing will help us kind of like, I don't know. It'll hallucinate enough for what we're doing, because I am not an illustrator. I am really bad at doing animated SVG stuff. I don't know. I'm not an artist. I can't do it. So yeah, we just want like a better, hey, what are we trying to track kind of thing. So yeah, we're going to kick that off. What the fuck do you mean insufficient balance, dude? Well, I don't want to type this twice. Technically a third time. So we'll leave that for now. I mean, take it easy on that, Aston. I'm not necessarily looking for that at the moment. Yes, obviously that's what we would do. I don't know, man. You can crawl the website right now at masijo.com. I'm not trying to do a full product pitch right now. We're trying to figure out why the hell we're getting insufficient balance. That's way more important than doing my product pitch, you know? It's not obvious what it does from going to that website. Well, yes, I got more work to do then. Oh, son of a bitch. So that's the issue, right? We got onto the pay as you go. I'm using the wrong key. That's why we were getting the 404 before as well. It was just the wrong key. So that makes sense.
What does it do? What's it for?
Well, nothing.
What the fuck, dude? I get it, Aston. Why do you think that wouldn't be what I would do automatically? Like, why is that something that you needed to, like, prompt me for? You know? How is that not table stakes? This is going through Minimax directly. I have a thought, though. Oh, Minimax token plan. I clicked the wrong one there. Right, which means that would have been using the old pay-as-you-go token, which would have been insufficient funds. Will it blend? Okay, there we go. That was it. Dude, the token plan versus API plan bullshit is super annoying. Like, yeah, super annoying. But I think I understand why they do it that way. Right? The API plan is theoretically for production kind of like billing and usage. So you would most likely want to segment your API keys that way. Whereas with the subscription, they're not expecting you to segment API keys because you should only ever be using it on your machine, right? So I think I get that part. Like, why would you want individual billing per key type stuff for that if it's just the sub? I could see that. That makes sense to me. Okay, that makes more sense to me. So let me get more music going. And I do need to use the restroom, so give me a second. Okay. Yeah, best BRB screen on Twitch. The names you follow in the market, could you use my tool to get notifications on them? Like specific user subscription? Nah, that's not part of what I'm looking for. Like my guess is you'd be wanting to do like Twitter. We don't do Twitter. You might be wanting to do LinkedIn. We don't do LinkedIn. Like it's not that kind of thing. This is for the platforms that are underserved. And what's up, Wasi Devlogs? How you doing? Is that Wasi like the system integration or system interface stuff? Wasi, like Like Wasi stuff? I think that's what the SI stands for in Wasi. I forgot. I might be misremembering that. And what's up, Brainless? Oh, Wasim is your name. Got it. That makes more sense. But yeah, so what are we working on? I guess, yeah, you're over on YouTube, so you don't get access to our today command. But right now we are building some illustrations for this page. We're going to replace this terrible illustration. We're also doing some stuff for a thing called GitBench. So we got two projects we're kind of juggling on. Emor, you seem a little trolly. I don't think we need you here. All right, so let's read through a little bit of what it's trying to do here. Wasim, I already described it. Like, I don't know, man. Mondays, right? So yeah, how do we want to take this illustration? So yeah, I don't know about direction A there. So then we could change the cards. Oh, I like the use cases. Yeah, I like direction B. Oh, wait, hold on. Ow. Tiki. Or Tiki. Maybe, I don't know what you expect co-working to be. This is co-working, right? I'm working, you're working, and we're all hanging out. That is literally co-working. The pair programming thing. There are communities that do that. I think Melky's community does that too. But yeah, no, this is just more of like a co-working stream. That's all. Okay, so yeah, let's answer these questions. And honestly, Aston, they're even like pointing out kind of your thought, right? Like tracking specific influencers. I just think that's outside the scope of what we're trying to build right now. All right, so then number two, do we want the use case names to be punchier? I like punchy. All right, so yeah, we'll do this, right? Answer their questions, but I think there's some extra context I want to give it. It's definitely going on the wrong track here. Let's step back a bit. I want the cards. right? The illustration could be a bit more abstract, but we want it to be pleasing and interesting. Sure. Something like that. Because I think it was focusing too much on trying to combine these things together. I just want to make sure we're getting this into like a good chunk. So Wasim, do you have a more specific question you want to ask? Because you should ask that. General thoughts questions are really low effort, which means you get really low effort answers too. All right, ask something specific and you'll get more specific answers. Figurative. Wasim, definitely not. Right, I prompted you for a better question. Crickets. Now you just want to spam your vibe-coded app for us? No, thank you. Sorry, Wasim. Nah. And yeah, what up, Caleb? Yeah, the white hat. I do like it. Yeah, it's a good one. We've had it for a while. I just don't wear it that often. It's a little thick, so it's not great for like the hot days. But yeah, how you doing, Caleb? Caleb, here's a question. How many people do you think attend Git Merge when it's like over in Europe? Like I remember seeing it at the at the GitHub offices. And I'd say it was somewhere between like 50 and 100. Do you think it's a similar amount when it's like over in Europe? Or do you think it's a little lower? Somewhere between 100 and 120. Last time it was like over in Germany, I think. Okay. No, that helps. All right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you think that's just because like the cost of like travel and accommodation are fairly low compared to like SF? And things just being like closer together in Europe? All right, so it has some questions like what direction do we want to take a figurative like graphic there, right? Like a small satellite observatory lighthouse-like thing? That sounds kind of cool. A bunch of the Git team at GitLab is European, Mercurial, the Garrett guys. Okay. So you just think it's maybe like there's just more people, like, to that same point then, right? The cost of getting to SF for European people is just way higher, right? Whereas, like, because there's more of them that would be interested over there, it makes sense, right? Yeah. I just want to make sure, right? Because I'm going to have, like, the meeting with my boss tomorrow, and I got to, like, double check that they would even cover the travel costs, right? Do you know if there are any other conferences happening around then in Europe that I should be looking at? Because that might be a thing too, right? Well, if I'm going to travel all that way, could I knock out like multiple conferences? That would be useful. I'm just trying to think, like, how much are they going to push back on budget? And honestly, like, I don't know. Wouldn't mind going on my own dime if I needed to. Yeah. Like, once you're in Europe, you're good, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured too. All right. Just let me know if you notice anything, but not a big deal. Ethan, you like that joke? Dude's biting my hairline style. How dare he? Fucking Strauss up or whatever. How dare he? Ooh, I like the idea of the radar. We could go radar after this. Okay, I think option 1 is fine for now. Yeah, you like that? Wavy waterline. I think I'm going to hate this, but I'm actually really curious now. Now I'm just really curious. Just make it wavier and wavier until it's just a wacky waving arm inflatable tube man. Yeah, I could get down with that. All right, so yeah. Oh, and damn, that's the end of the album. Let's do another. I think I remember really liking this one. Let's play it again. Just the sound effect was so good. Yeah, I like this song. This one's fun. So, how fast do I find new pages get picked up by Google indexing? I mean, you should be able to see it within a couple days. I'd give it 48 hours max, usually. Especially if you've been crawling the site with Chrome. Tinfoil hat. Like if you've been just like navigating with it. Do you have like Google Analytics on the page as well? And you can always just go to like Google Webmaster Tools and like request a reindexing too. That's probably your best bet. Just go to Google Webmaster Tools and request a reindexing. I haven't done it for ages, but yeah. That's what I'd recommend. Yeah. Google Webmaster Tools is separate from Search Console. I'm not 100% certain it still exists, but I'd recommend checking that out. And yeah, King Lappy, why would you spam something in a chat with your very first message? Right? Like, do people not have a fucking conscience anymore about like spamming? It's getting weird, dude. All right, buy us dinner first or something before you try and spam us like that. But Voidstormer, what are we doing? Yeah, we're doing some vibing, like vibing with taste, human in the loop, not fully agentic. Right now, we're generating an illustration because I'm really bad at SVG. No, it is spam. Yeah, dropping a link in your very first message is absolutely spam. How do you not know that? That's like the spammiest thing you could do. You know? You didn't even say hi, you just dropped the link immediately? Well, hold on, wait, did you say hi? No, you didn't. You dropped the link first thing. What do you guys think about this website? Dude, I don't give a fuck about your website. You didn't even say hi. Dude, be a human being about it. Not some fucking spammer. That's fine. If it's your first message and it's a link to some random shit, it's still spam. How do you not understand that? An unsolicited link is spam. Almost by definition. What do you think spam is? Like, that's like the purest definition of spam. An unsolicited link. Yeah, exactly. Like, to me, that's like the easiest definition of spam. An unsolicited link. There's other definitions too, but that's like the most clear cut. All right, so chain letters, mass emails. Yeah, those are some types of spam, but you're completely missing the simplest kind, which is what you literally just did. I know, what a world we live in, right, beautiful? Like, kids these days lack the critical thinking. And if you're not a kid, that's worse. You know that, right? Just saying, King Loppy, not a good fucking look for you. Lack of a follow, first message in chat. How the fuck do we know you've been here for 40 minutes? We don't. Just bam, spam. Yeah, no thanks. I could just ban you if you want. If you want to continue to defend a really, really poor behavior. But you'll get banned in almost every chat you do that in. And the chats you don't get banned in, you probably don't actually want to be there. I'm being really, really lenient right now. I would have just banned you. Give people an inch and they take a mile, man. All right, so we've generated the tasks. Yeah, we might need to handle the parts questions right now because the apply is just going to run with the spec. All right, so the chip wording. And yeah, just real quick, for people who maybe just arrived, who are unaware of why we're, or what we're like prompting, we're trying to fix this like garbage placeholder animation thing, right? And we started iterating a little bit on like what should go in these cards a bit too. Just previously, we created this kind of like animation yesterday after a bunch of iteration because I didn't know what I wanted. And we want to do something kind of similar. I think whatever we just prompted is going to go way further than something like this. But we're going to give it a shot just for the fun of it, because tokens are tokens. Why not? Okay. Honestly, Lappy, I really appreciate that. Thank you. It is a little interesting with the quotes. Did you have a clanker generate that? You did, didn't you? That's fine. It's okay. I appreciate it. Thanks, ChatGPT. But I do appreciate the apology anyway. That's cool. If you would like to chat about vibe coding, that's fine. But we're not clicking your link. Oh, it's translated. That makes way more sense too. Nah, that's fine, man. That's actually a really good use case for LLMs, so hell yeah. Yeah, no worries, man. And that's maybe where like the the different definition of what spam is happened too, right? Language barrier. So that's my bad. Sorry about that. But yeah, if you want to talk about vibe coding, sure. But we're not clicking a link, man. Definitely not. We do have a Discord channel you can do that in. Project feedback. But we're not doing that here live. Okay, so I think we're getting the proposal. We can then start to apply the proposal here in a sec. All right, so the risks, trade-offs. Okay. I do feel like Minimax here is presenting us a bit more of like some of these risks and things than we were getting out of DeepSeek. So that's kind of nice. Okay. Okay, yeah, I would say we're at a good point here. So now we'll hop back into open code, fresh session, and we'll just do OPSX apply. No mother. Open code. What are you trying to do to me, man? It tried to use Kimmy. Why is it not sticking with the model we selected? Loppy, this is my channel. You want to spam links, create your own fucking channel, dude. Nah, I'm sick of it. No thanks. That was pretty trolly. Like, fuck off, buddy. Dude, some people, man. So goddamn weird. You're gonna tell me how to run my own goddamn channel. God, people are weird. Yeah. I mean, Turbo's an awesome deal. I'm a big fan of Turbo. Nothing wrong with that. Any channel you go to, no spam or no ads. It's a really solid deal. So you never vibe coded with Minimax. How much larger is the context versus ChatGPT? They're both, Minimax v3 is a 1 million context window, so it's the same as ChatGPT at this point. In general, though, you don't want to consume more than like 200,000 to 300,000 tokens because you start getting context rot, even with a million context window. The only thing the bigger million context window is good for is making sure you don't hit the hard cap. But you can actually measure this. Context rot, even with a million tokens of context window, is a thing. I think I had a link for that at some point. Is it maybe this one? Yeah, here you go. Yeah, this at least goes into some of that detail. So, like, just, yeah, no matter what, you just do not want to start consuming more than 200,000 to 300,000 tokens. Now, this is older data, so maybe it's not as good. Yeah, no, that's an older post. But yes, I do still fully believe context rot is a problem, right? Even with the million context window things, you will noticeably see worse performance as you get anywhere close to like halfway filling that up. And yeah, exactly, Ethan, right? Like, dude, again, give someone an inch, they take a mile. When you're educating someone, you reach a resolution, it's fine, and then they just decide to like jab you a little bit. That's not someone that you're going to enjoy talking to in the future. So yeah, we don't need Loppy around. Right? Like those kind of people are the worst to talk to. Hold on, we're going to skip this song. I know they got some others that were good. Maybe I was thinking of the other album, though. Yeah, I might have been thinking of a different album. Yeah, instead of using one chat with large context. Absolutely. So, Gamrix, what you'll see is like after every task, I kill the entire thing and then launch it back up. Like, I am constantly, when I hit a good like stopping point, I kill the whole context and start a new task because the other stuff in the context isn't necessary like for task-based stuff you're doing, right? Now, you should maybe have some kind of file that maintains longer-term context that you maybe want to load in every session, but that should be pretty small, right? Just a quick, specification of what the project's goals are can be useful. But in general, I don't think you even need that in your Agents MD or any of that stuff. Just simply prompt it with the task and give it the specific like areas that it should look at. So if you look at that last thing I did, like that was larger, right? I want to replace the second illustration on the keyword monitoring page. It is in the what to track section, right? All this is doing is just giving it a little bit of a heuristic of what files it should explore rather than combing the entire code base, right? So you can save on context by not having it scan files that are unnecessary. Right? Or parts of files that are unnecessary. It doesn't need to load the entire page now. It can just find, grep for the keyword what to track and then load the context of the page around it, etc. Now, you're not going to be fully deterministic with what it decides to crawl and doesn't, but you can still, give it hints. And that's what you're trying to do with your prompting in a whole brand new session, right? One thing you might also consider is using one of these specification-driven frameworks. I'm currently using one called OpenSpec, which is fine. There's another called BMAD. There's another called SpecKit. There's a bunch of that stuff. And all these are doing, right? So if you saw what I just did, we did that explore, and then as it went through, it asked us questions, it figured out what we wanted, and it turned that into a proposal file. And that proposal file ends up living somewhere, hold on, here in OpenSpec in, I think it's changes? Yeah. Replace keyword monitoring what to track illustration. And then we can see, like, you know, the design file, the proposal. And when we do OPSX apply, it's going to then go look for this folder and read these things in as the context of, like, what we're trying to do. And then if you even look at, like, the spec, you'll see that there's, like, a list of, like, when this, then that, and blah, blah, blah. In some of these other things, I think here in tasks, we get a list of, like, individual tasks. So as this thing starts, like, filling up its context or finding a good stopping point, you know, these things get checked off, this file gets modified, and then when you stop and restart the context again, you can do OPSX apply, and it'll pick back up where you were, right? Which is really cool. And yeah, exactly after Eval. BMAD's all right. I think BMAD's a little tricky because I feel like it wants to start the project from scratch rather than, like, discover the project. I haven't checked to see if they've created a tool for, like, brownfield applications. I think BMAD is fantastic for greenfield applications, though. I find OpenSpec to be a little more, like, you can use it at any point kind of stuff, where, like, to me at least, BMAD felt more like a greenfielding tool. And if people out there are unaware, I assume you do, but anyone else, greenfield versus brownfield, greenfield is a brand new project. Brownfield is like an existing legacy project. Certain things are really bad at doing brownfield application, right? Because they need to, like, understand the project, but they don't create that context very well. You're talking about basically RAG, right? Like, in general, most of the RAG implementations use some kind of GraphDB or VectorDB, right? They're interesting. I'm not sure they're that necessary, but I don't know. I haven't dug deep, right? Like the whole Mem Palace bullshit or some of those things. I haven't been digging into a lot of those yet. I do think they will be necessary, but in general, I'm not doing big enough things that I need more than what OpenSpec is giving me, so far, at least. Because, like, the data goes out of date so quickly. The project, like, how about this? It depends on what you're building, more than anything. If you're building a software as a service, I wouldn't trust any of that legacy data in a GraphDB at all, right? Like, I would not trust that because the software as a service needs to pivot and change so much over time that giving this like heavy other BS just isn't worth it, right? Because it's going to change. Like, for the most part, I still prefer smaller, focused changes, less like fully vibed stuff, right? You know, even with OpenSpec, it's kind of like a smaller scoped thing. We have done some fully vibed projects, and they worked, and they're still doing their thing. We even started, like, OpenSpec, right? The thing, or not OpenSpec, sorry, GitBench for, like, you know, measuring the performance of certain models at doing Git things. This is fully vibe coded. We started with a thing called GSD, Get Shit Done, or I think technically GSD2 for this one. And eventually GSD2 hit a point where it was just like eating its own tail. It couldn't resume past it. So then we adopted OpenSpec to just, like, continue along. But GitBench here is a fully vibed project. Whereas instead, the thing that we're working on where we're building these animations, no, I built almost all of this project by hand. We're just doing the animations and, like, vibe coding bullshit for, like, the marketing site stuff. You know, I think it depends, right? And then Daz Kind, have I tried Caveman to cut down on verbosity? I haven't, because I like reading the stuff. I like reading the output. And like I said, I'm actually pretty diligent about killing my context and starting fresh. That I don't think I would benefit as much from something like Caveman. Now, that's not to say that I wouldn't. I just, at least so far, it doesn't seem worth it, but I could try it. I just haven't yet. I don't know about enlightening the community. I'm just giving my own opinion. It could be totally fucking wrong, right? It's a conversation. I'm not teaching, you know? I have been doing a bunch of this bullshit, so I do have at least like a little bit of an understanding for it, but you know, I'm not trying to do some appeal to authority bullshit. Everyone could have valid insights and opinions about this. Doesn't matter how long you've been doing it or what you've been doing with it. I'm very, very anti-appeal to authority. Like, I fucking hate programmers who are like, well, I've been coding for 20 years, so I know what I'm talking about. Motherfucker, that actually kind of hints that maybe you don't know what you're talking about. Because you got all that old cruft and shit's changed so much. You know? Like, I really hate the people who, like, who refuse to make their point better and instead just do the appeal to authority. Right? And that's usually how it is. It's not that, like, anytime someone mentions how long they've been doing something, they're doing the appeal to authority, but the moment they're saying, well, just listen to me because I've been doing it a while, fuck that shit. I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and suck at it still, right? You know? Because it's not about the time since you first did it. It's about how much effort have you put in during that time. Right? I think we all know people who've been snowboarding for 20 years and still suck at it. Right? Like, I would not take any lessons from those assholes. You know. I think, yeah, I'll take that. Like, I'm stoked on, like, helping facilitate the conversation and changing the way we think a little bit. Sure. But, you know, I'm not teaching. This is not a teaching stream. I think sometimes people start to, like, really get into that mindset of, like, oh, all streams are just teaching streams, right? Like, what am I going to learn here? No, we're going to work together and you'll probably learn something, but that shouldn't be the goal. It'll just happen, you know? It's like memorizing bits of syntax or like functions from the standard library and some of that stuff. You don't need to do it. If you use it often enough, you just got it, right? Very similarly, right? You don't need to do focused memorization of things. If you use it often enough, you're going to memorize it whether you like it or not. Similar to here on stream, just because you might learn something doesn't mean that's the intention. It just happens along the way. So you don't know Caveman by the name. You're assuming it rewrites things in shorthand. Well, it doesn't rewrite things in shorthand. It responds to you in shorthand and then maybe like summarizes itself, right? Yeah, exactly, After Veil. I appreciate the compliment. I'm bad at taking compliments. Sometimes. I know there's one of these songs on this album I really fucking loved. But then, you've been trying to sleep responsibly for over 2 decades and you still haven't managed to figure that one out. Exactly. And hey, what up, Pep Tech? Yeah, I'm streaming to Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. And you're totally allowed to do that. Like, I don't know a single streamer who's ever been banned for that. Just to put it that way. Right? Theo does it, Primogen does it. Like, dude, I don't know a single streamer who's ever been like banned or whatever for that stuff. So, you know, if you have a good crowd over on Twitter, you can do it. Yeah. So yeah, the thing I use, and there's two like OBS plugins to check out, right? Number one, make sure you have enough like upstream bandwidth to send to 3 sources, because that's the way the OBS thing would do it. If you wanted to use a service like Restream, you could do that, but Restream has been getting worse and worse over the years. But multi-stream OBS or something like that. And then item, not Restream. So this one, and it's multi-RTMP. So I've heard good things about item or atom or whatever. I haven't used that one. I am currently using this one, and you know, it says it's for OBS 30. I don't think they've broken anything, so maybe worth checking out. Let me figure out how to share this with you. I think you can find it yourself. If you just Google multi-RTMP, I think you'll find it pretty easily. Yeah, this is the song I was liking. This is the one. I like this. Like the instrument is so goofy, right? The one that sounds like an old school like robot voice. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Like those sounds are so good. You found it? Cool. Yeah, no worries, Peptech. Yeah, plugin's written in Japanese because it was originally a build for VTubers, but it works, and it's just fine. But also, just saying, you could also check out this one. This one does seem more recently maintained. So that's also like Atom or Item or whatever, AITUM multi-stream. That's another one to check too. So totally up to you, Peptech. Try them both if you want. I don't know. But the multi-RTMP is working for me, so I haven't felt a need to change. And then, okay. So for you, it was being productive means you have productive rest. Like rest is part of the output. The better you take care of it, the better the other numbers will be. Yeah, exactly. It's not for a lack of trying. It's not for a lack of like reasoning and understanding. It's just a lack of, well, I mean, just one more feature. Just one more bug fix. Oh, let me just hang out in Chris's chat for a little bit longer because it's really interesting. My little brother just sent me a tweet like roasting the Mila Jovovich thing. One more feature, just one more bug. I don't like the use of that word. Sorry, Afterveil. I'm really not a fan of that word. I would definitely prefer not to have that word used in this chat. Caleb may have been able to see it, though, because he's a mod. So just throwing that out there. But yeah, so how's the Clanker doing? Hold on. Right. Does anyone here think Mila Jovovich actually vibe coded any of that Mem Palace bullshit? I have no evidence to the contrary, but it seems to me like it would not be hard for her to just like give her GitHub like token to someone else to make commits on her behalf. You know? To me, it seems like it could have easily been ghostwritten. I'm not saying it is, because I don't know. But it really does seem like it could have been ghostwritten by the other main contributor dude. Right? Have y'all seen the Mem Palace thing? All right, so theoretically, let's see how the animation turned out. I'm expecting to hate it. I'm expecting something just beautiful chaos. We ready for it? Ready for the reveal? Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. I think I understand that after Veil, but I don't believe in it, and I hate the name for it. And yes, it does sound like something you would say on Joe Rogan, which is also just not that cool. Dude, fuck Joe Rogan. That dude fucking sucks. He's a fucking dickhead. That dude has done way more harm than I think people recognize or acknowledge. Fuck that asshole. Hell no. Dude was funny in one stand-up 30 years ago, and he's been coasting on that, pretending he's a comedian ever since. What up, Plank? Yeah, to me, Joe Rogan seems like a dude who watched Bill Hicks' stand-up routines and missed the entire fucking point. Right? He thought Bill Hicks was edgy and he leaned into that part. No, Bill Hicks was edgy, but that wasn't the comedy part. Bill Hicks was just legitimately funny. One of my favorite bits. And yeah, exactly. Right? One of my favorite like things. Y'all remember how there was like the thing like, oh, Dennis Leary ripped off Bill Hicks, stole some jokes, and like stole his entire like angry comedian vibe. Bill Hicks has a good quote that I don't want to butcher too badly. Bill Hicks quote, Leary. I have a scoop for you. I stole his act. I camouflaged it with punchlines, and to really throw people off, I did it before he did. Like, it's just so good. He was thinking of quitting smoking just to see if Leary would copy that too. It's so fucking good. Bill Hicks is the fucking best, man. Wait, who said that though? Was that fucking Warhol? I don't think I'd trust anything Warhol says either. Warhol was kind of a dickhead too. You know the person who thinks Joe Rogan is funny? Joe Rogan. Okay, so I fucking hate this. the water lines aren't even wavy. What the fuck, Ethan? That was the most important part. The water lines aren't even wavy. You had one job. No. So Plank, maybe you haven't seen it. Joe Rogan did have one somewhat funny stand-up routine. At least he had a couple jokes, you know? He had a couple jokes that were pretty solid. Like the monkeys eating mushrooms thing. That was actually like a pretty decent bit from one of his early stand-up routines. Yeah, a super old special. Like, I'm talking 30 years ago. Yeah. But he's been coasting on that ever since, pretending he's a comedian. Kim Kardashian gargoyle? Oh, yeah, I didn't hear that one. I don't know. So Hacksaw, his most recent special, bombed? Oh, absolutely. And the saddest part is I don't even think he wrote all of his own jokes. I don't know that for sure, so I could be wrong. As far as like comedy shows you've seen Dave, Chris Rock, Shane, Andrew, and Kat. I could see Kat being fun, like at least earlier Kat. I definitely remember seeing some of Shane's stuff, and it's all right. Andrew Schultz sucks. Old Dave Chappelle bits are pretty good. Right? Like scariest person as part of like a gangster crew is that white guy, because you don't know what the white guy did to earn their respect. You know, that comedy routine wherever he tells that joke, that was some good Dave Chappelle. I think his latest stuff sucks though, but whatever. Almost just pandering. I mean, yeah, that's like a late stage Martin Lawrence show or a late stage the short guy that's in all of like the Rock's movies. You know who I'm talking about. That dude, also pandering. Like, there's a bunch of those like pandering bits. Mike Epps, he does a lot of pandering. At least like his latest stuff. Early stuff is solid for sure. Yeah. Kevin Hart, ugh. His comedy routines are awful. The openers were funnier than Chappelle 6 months ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have to like re-explore this bullshit. And a 6-month mod-iversary from Code Girl. How you doing? And yeah, barely modded. That's the name of the game. I actually don't expect anything of my mods other than just being, you know, an example for other people to follow, right? Be just the coolest people in the room if you can. And that's it. What's for dinner? Teriyaki. I got the chicken thawing right now. I'm going to get some rice going. And I'll probably do some fried rice tomorrow. And then, hold on, Gamrix, I feel like you might have asked something and I might have missed it, right? Did I miss it? Or did I get to it? Oh, the caveman thing. Yeah, okay, yeah, so we talked about that. That was it. And then, real quick, so after Veil, there's this myth. All programmers are game designers who got eaten up by means of capitalism revenue maximizing. You're thinking about that. You wanted to be a game dev yourself. What are my thoughts on it? Are we just lost souls doing banking while we secretly desire to make World of Warcraft 2, so to speak? I mean, I definitely got into programming because I wanted to make games. It's less so that it's about like corporate capitalist revenue maxing, and instead the game industry is a nonstop burnout churn mill. Because every fucking kid wants to be a game dev. The game dev companies will burn you the fuck out, make you work 70 to 80 hour work weeks, launch the game, and then lay you off. And underpay you the entire time. So it's not necessarily that. Right? It's not that it's like, oh, we want the money. It's that, well, number one, 80 hours a week is insane, but you're expected to do it. Nonstop crunch. And you're not even getting paid accordingly, right? So it's almost like you're getting paid half of whatever your salary is as a game dev, and that's already low, just because of the extra hours you gotta work. Only way to do game dev and make it sustainable is to work at there's like maybe 5 studios in the world that are worth working at. I know there's probably more. Or to do the indie thing and form your own studio. But becoming a successful indie dev that can then start their own studio, it's like getting into the NBA. You know, like the odds are very low. And then you can let yourself off. Get your mind out of the gutter. But hold on. Let me get more music now. Should we go crunchy? Let's do crunchy. It's a little loud. Let me dial that back just a bit. Yes, that's another good point. Yeah, long development cycles. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole lot of reasons why like the game dev industry is fucking terrible. Indie game dev also has really long cycles, but at least like you can enjoy it, right? All right, let me double check. Yeah, how you doing, Sergeant Pepper? And when these developers are young, they're not used to seeing as big of a paycheck, so even if they're underpaid and they have to work 80 hours a week to keep the job, they may still like think like, well, you know what? This is more money than I've ever made working at a McDonald's, so fuck it. But they are still going to burn out from being overworked and then laid off, you know? And burnout is majorly important to make sure you're keeping ahead of, right? Okay, so all right, so we're going to kick that off real quick. Let's double check this one. Okay, cool. And let me double check on chat here. Wait, what, Plank? So you couldn't get on the flight to Japan, so flew to Hawaii for 2 days, and now you're gonna board in an hour or so from Honolulu, watching stream at the Honolulu airport. Oh, cool. So wait, what do you mean you couldn't get on the flight to Japan? Like, did you miss it? Or was it full or something? Yeah, on the big screens at Honolulu. People don't need their, like, whenever their flight's taking off or whatever. Those screens should be streamer screens, obviously. Yeah, for sure, After Veil. It's just fun to hang out and chat, man. I've never been. Now, I just got my passport. Like just. It's brand new. Not a single entry in it. At least I got it while it's still looking like this instead of some asshole's face on it. The asshole's face is my face on the inside. Boom, roasted. Oh, I get it, Plank. No, that makes way more sense. So yeah, you get put on standby, can fly anywhere for free. Only problem is it's by seniority, so someone else. Yeah. 12 people flying for free. Damn, dude. That's cool, man. That's cool. All right, so we want to verify that this does fail out in the way we expect. You know, it's going to run through all of these. Oh, that makes even more sense. Got it. It seems Japan has some magic. Yeah, that's called the exchange rate, and like a clean society. You know, the food. Yeah, food is magical. Yep. All right, so we're verifying that the effort coalesces in the way that we want. Nine-hour flight from Hawaii, 10-hour flight from Seattle. Yeah, that is funny, but it's like, you know, you're doing like all this other junk to get down there, and Hawaii is just like way out there, man. I know, right? But oh no, bummer, you're down in Hawaii. Woe is you. Whatever shall you do? Oh no. Okay, so it caught the two that are not supported. Perfect. So then it should only retry a couple, and we get right into it. Perfect. Okay, cool. So I'd say we can archive this feature now. Just finished setting up your new desk. I could send a photo. Yeah, you could share it over to the Discord if you want, man. Random or I don't know, any channel you think is fine. Go for it. Man, chat's getting busy today, though. That's awesome. Okay, so we're going to sync that specification. I do have to use the restroom again. I broke the seal. And I probably haven't had enough, like, salt or anything to, like, retain the water, which is a thing. Oh, is that... I think I might know why. I'll see if I can fix it. Give me a sec. I don't even know where to find that. Here we go. Bands, maybe? Yeah. There you go, buddy. You should be able to do it now. Okay, let me go pee. I'm going to rinse out this glass. Alrighty. So yeah, we're not gonna go to him. Ooh, I wonder. That's a good sign. Still carbonated. Don't mind if I do. Alrighty. So we archived that latest task. Let me turn this down a bit. I just realized I'm yelling at you. Okay, I made that a spicy meatball by accident. I think it's fine. And yeah, for people that maybe were not here for the weekend, I just realized that around like June 3rd, we celebrated our 8 years of streaming. Our 8-year streamiversary was June 3rd or 4th. We celebrated it a bit on Saturday. And yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just stoked to have you all around. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, birthday stream's coming up in like 3 weeks. So after Veil, I mean, DeepSeek V4 is a good deal, sure. Minimax is a solid deal too. So I don't know, like, I try not to use the word most or best because just by default, by doing a comparison like that, you lose out on the nuance, right? Is it good? Yeah, it's good. Is it cost efficient? Absolutely. But the moment we start talking about better or best, I don't know. I shut down on that. Right? It's like people saying what front-end framework is better or best. No, those are a shit conversation every time. So yeah, I try to avoid those kind of comparisons. I think you'll get more information and better results and better conversations if you try and avoid better and best. You can't wait for the World Cup. Ooh, okay. You got like a team you enjoy? I know. I just said no X versus Y. That's my fault. But as long as you're not saying they're better or best, I think we're good, right? You can have a team, you know. You can be a fan. But I think that's almost like literally what I'm getting at, right? The moment you start trying to say, well, like, no, this team is better than that team. Yeah, maybe this year. That shit changes. Who cares? It's just not a fun conversation. Is it usually a waste of time trying to vibe code locally on an open-weighted model that can run on a 24 gigabyte GPU? It depends. Like, waste of time is a bit strong. What I would say is if you're trying to build larger scoped applications and things like that, you're going to get a lot more slop a lot quicker. But if you understand how to like really focus down for a specific thing, I bet you could get good value out of a locally hosted model. You could most likely get good value doing what is called auto research. So this is just like the auto research plugin I am most familiar with, but the idea behind it is you turn auto research loose on a very specific like benchmark or something that is measurable, right? Like the amount of time in microseconds it takes to run something, right? Parsing versus render versus allocations. If you have these kinds of things that you can directly target and you're trying to optimize them lower, turning a stupid model loose on that is actually hugely valuable, right? I'm not going to say, like, we tried doing it with one of the gemmas and it was super slow, right? It was like really slow. But we were using the wrong gemma, like Gemma 4 or whatever. If we had been using the mixture of experts model, we might have gotten better results, but we were trying to use the dense model and it was super slow. And this Mac Mini is still fairly new. It's pretty warm right now. Poor buddy. But the fact that I hear these fans spin up when I'm doing some of that stuff really bums me out. Like, I got 64 gigs of RAM. I can load all sorts of shit into it. But when I'm running that shit, it's almost like I can hear my Mac Mini crying. You know? I expect to get like 10 years out of this fucker. I don't feel like stress testing it right now. So yes. And then, honestly, let's think about that. Yeah, auto research is really cool if you have something you want to optimize for. And yeah, try and use a local model. What I will say though is I used a stupid model called StepFun when it was 100% free. Right? Like the 100% free on OpenRouter. And I burned like 4 million tokens on that free tier using StepFun and optimized, I think, 12 to 15% off of the hot path of one of the applications I was building. Like, hugely valuable. Totally fucking free. So that's the idea. You can turn a stupid model loose on some auto research and it becomes really cool. And you can do it with the free models, you know. You may hit rate limits. That's fine. Fuck it. I don't know. What did it cost you? Nothing. So yeah, what is our next step for GitBench? We have our notes file. Not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. I actually don't mind some jazz, but I love that fucking quote from Charlie on Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Because he's like the stupid one of the group, but he has very strong opinions about music and he's very musical. So it's like, it's really fun when he has a really good insight like that, you know? Not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. Like, it's just like, damn, Charlie. Wasn't it just last episode that you didn't understand what a spa was? You mean spaghetti day? I could go for a spaghetti day. What is your spaghetti policy? Charlie's my favorite character in the whole show, for sure. Fat Mac was pretty good. Country Mac was way better. Man, Sean William Scott killed it as Country Mac. Anyway, if you haven't seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia, you should definitely watch it. It's a fun show. But okay, so we're going to mark that as done. I'm going to mark that as done. So yeah, like these 3 tasks we kind of want to work on for GitBench. As far as like the testing, yeah, the commit message generation, we should figure out, or at least like start brainstorming, how do we do that better? And I do think an LLM as judge is the move for it, right? But then what model do we use? I don't know. So you watched The Departed on the flight yesterday. It was so good. Yeah, it's a great film if you haven't seen it before, Plank. Yeah, really good, man. Oh, and I think you said, hold on, the team you prefer in World Cup is Mexico, right? Let me double check. Like I saw it, I glanced at it, and then it was promptly forgotten. Ah, okay. You have some other teams you're a fan of too? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about soccer to really like know anything. I do remember when it was basically like Brazil versus Italy in like the, what was it, 1994 World Cup or something like that, or 92. I think it was 94. I definitely picked Brazil in that one because my best friend at the time picked Italy, and it's nice to have a little rivalry, you know, like just having some fun with it. All right, so hold on. This is for this. So that means this got stuck. So we're going to want to fix that. Yeah, we'll have to do that. Let's get something burning or churning on GitBench first, though. So yeah. And again, right, like after Veil or anyone else that was asking, I am very strict about restarting my context. I only had 7% of my Olama DeepSeek V4 Pro context used right there. But I didn't need whatever that bullshit was in the context for this new thing I'm starting, right? And now it's been like 2 or 3 World Cups and Italy didn't even qualify? See, I didn't even know that. I have no idea. But yeah, that's the main point there after Veil, right? Like, you should be very aggressive about resetting your context because context rot is a problem. Okay, so this is the next thing I want to explore. We are hitting some rate limiting 429 responses from OpenRouter for at least a few providers. There is something we're doing totally wrong there. Iraq went 1-1 to Spain. Crazy times. Oh shit. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. There's like a movie about this though, right? Like, is it Somalia that I'm thinking of? I don't remember what country it is. Like, yes, kind of. I don't remember if it's a real movie or a documentary, but there's something about, and I don't know if it's, I don't know what sport it was. Like, I just remember seeing a thing where it's like, oh yeah, no, there's this like thing where it's like some team from a country like Somalia, it might not be Somalia, they go and compete in some tournament and then vanish. right? Like they just absorb themselves into the country. Like it's almost like a false premise of why they went for the tournament in the first place. I don't remember what sport it was, though. I don't think it was soccer. Like handball or something? Eritrean football team? So that could have been it. Morocco? Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Could have been rugby? I don't remember. But it's just one of those things where it's like they're using it as an excuse to represent their country and then like go to a better country kind of thing. I don't know if it was Eritrea. Like that was the thing we saw. I don't remember. I don't know. I just don't remember. It was some random thing I saw on Reddit. I don't fucking know. It could have been total bullshit. I don't fucking know. I didn't verify the source or any of that stuff. I just thought it was funny. Because yeah, there are definitely some countries where if I was from there and I could qualify to be on the national team for handball or cricket or whatever and escape the country I was in, yeah, I'd fucking do it. Shit, I would even consider it right now. Is there some like international tournament that happens in Japan? Asking for a friend? Right? Is there like a national pickleball tournament or something? Or international, sorry. Wait, what do you mean after Veil? Are you talking about like here in like the overlay chat, like the big images or whatever? Where like, you know, if we do a smiley face, it shows my smiling face kind of thing? What would I have the best chances of competing in? Snowboarders over 40. Is there like a 40-year-old category of the Olympics? Probably not. Okay, so the idea there is that's a thing called Stream Parrot. It's a service we built here on Stream ages ago. The hard drive that all that source code was on is just died on us. So it is this thing that exists in just a very specific moment in time that we can't change, we can't update because we didn't ship raw source code to the Docker container, right? So it's it. And that's all it is. Like, it's just a thing that exists that I keep paying for the domain and like the hosting for. And I don't have to touch it, which is kind of nice. So, you know, like that feeling when you build a service that can handle enough scale that it doesn't matter how many people use it really, unless it's like crazy. But you just haven't had to touch that service in years. Yeah, dude, we did that. Stream Parrot has been running without me being able to do anything to fix it since 2021. Yeah. It's a hands-off service that just works at this point. There's some bugs, sure. But yeah, like, you know, it does cost me more money than it should because at one point, oh my god, we filled up the hard drive due to a bad log rotate. That was a thing. Yeah, we totally had that bug. I think it was the distro we were on or something had a bad log rotate bug. So we did have to increase the size of that EC2 instance a few times. So now I'm paying like $100 a month to keep Stream Parrot going. I'm okay with it. I spend more money than that on whiskey. No, I get it. I get it. Aw, really, Owen? Man, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. You should keep applying for shit, though, man. Like, just remember 3 resumes a week. That's all you got to do. Just 3 resumes a week. Keep applying. You are not senior level. You will not get a callback for those roles. No offense. But if you are looking for proper junior roles, which are really hard to come by right now, so I get it. It's a problem. Sure. I think you're good. But you're definitely not senior, dude. You will not get a callback for that. And that's okay. I'm just being honest with you. And let me put it this way. There will come a time where I might still say you're not senior, and you know you are. And that's when you know you're actually senior. You'll always have imposter syndrome. We all do. But it really does take effort and time to get there. I believe in you. I think you can get there. But you're definitely not there yet. No offense. But Owen, dude, post that image over to the random channel. I think random totally fits, dude. And it's a cool, dude, that monitor is so fucking wide, man. Do you not, like, does it not hurt your neck to, like, pan across that much? Holy shit, dude. Sometimes. That's what I thought. Yeah. But no, dude, the desk looks good, man. Wait a minute. No. That's your old desk. Hold on. I see the new one to the side. Right? Dude, I thought you said you just set up the new one. You haven't moved your shit over yet. The old one's to the right? I thought you said you got a sit-stand desk. This one doesn't look like a sit-stand. Maybe I misunderstood. I think I misunderstood. I thought you said your new one was a sit-stand desk. Got it. Yeah, I totally misunderstood. My bad. All right, anyway. Let's keep prompting some shit. All right, so we just did our open spec stuff there. We don't want to do the pre-commit stuff. We could do that as a separate thing, sure. All right. This is a good exploration, in my opinion. Now, do we want to do it on the same branch? I don't think so. I think we're good. All right, so we're back on main now. All right, so chore, add, pre-commit config. All right, so we still seem to be getting a bunch of 429 responses. All right, so there we go. We seem to be getting way too many 429 responses. So then it'll continue that exploration, and we can get back to the animation. Right, and we should focus on visuals that are less... All right, so I think it's going to come up with a few ideas. God damn it. What the fuck do I have to do to get open code to remember my model selection? Yeah, dude. I know, right? Feature request might be a duplicate of a shitload of other issues. Why are these resolved? It looks like they didn't remember anything. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, did I accidentally set something that I did wrong? Let me double check my config. I think they might leak a key. Aha, there it is. Okay. Yeah, no, we had a thing in our config and I just didn't realize it. Yeah, so that was that issue. That's easy enough. The problem existed between the keyboard and the chair. Let's get another album going, though, obviously. Yeah, this album's pretty crunchy. I like it. Yeah, we'll be good. All right, we can switch back to some tea. We're not trying to overdo it on the whiskey. I got work to do later. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't think I like what we're doing here. Yeah, I don't know about that. 5 years ago, I introduced you to All Them Witches. They are super good, for sure, man. They're playing in Denmark later in June, Copenhagen Festival. Dude, yeah, they are super good. Yeah, and just 3 dudes shredding. Yeah. Dude, we could actually put them on. That's not a bad idea. The lighthouse just looked fucking stupid, dude. And it's like, I think you should leave, right? Like, yes, we are insider trading, right? We're gonna sell the stock. Totally. Dump it. Oh my god. Did you see his hat? It was so stupid. Oh man, that hat is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. He's just sitting there listening, like, what the hell? Like, dude, that's I really love that show, and that bit is so good. Oh my god, the hat. It's so stupid. What the hell? He's just sitting there watching the court case. It's such a good bit. Hold on, hold on. Bree, did you talk to Dan at Qualstar? Vincent, he said they're laying off 300 people next week. Bree, we need to unload our shares before then. Vincent, I'm on it. Bree, be discreet. Of course. Bree, oh my god, did you see Brian's hat? Vincent, oh fuck. Bree, he looks so fucking stupid, I can't breathe. Vincent, what the hell even is it? Bree, it's a fedora with safari flaps in the back. Vincent, holy shit, he looks so fucking stupid. Talk later, I'll take care of that thing. Vincent, it's done. I talked to Dan, we're good. Brian's in the audience. What the hell? Yeah. Then boom, Bree. Loose ends? Vincent. We're all good, about to be way better. Bree. Smiley face. Vincent. Did you see Brian's hat? He's still fucking wearing it. Yes. I even saw 2 cubes in his pocket. I think he has dice, but he's afraid to show them to anyone. Vincent. LOL. That is so sad. Bree. So sad. So sad. So sad. Vincent. It's so heartbreaking, but I can't stop laughing. Tears are literally streaming down my face thinking about his dumb dice. Bree. Just wired the money. Vincent. Holy fucking shit. Brian's hat just got him in huge trouble in a meeting. Mr. Andrews made Brian take off his hat. He said it was distracting. He said if anyone disagreed, he'd let Brian keep the hat on. Nobody said shit, dude. Nobody said shit. Bree. What did he do when Mr. Andrews made him take it off? He took the hat off his head and hid it in his hands. You could tell he was crying. He kept saying under his breath, "You can't fucking do that." Then Mr. Andrews said, "What's that, Brian?" And he said nothing. And then a minute later, he said, "It's not a distraction." The guy at the store said, "I'm the only guy he's ever seen pull it off." Mr. Andrews asked him how much it cost, and he said, "It's illegal for you to ask me that." And Brian said, "I'm putting the hat back on. I don't care what happens to me." Mr. Andrews said, "Just take the hat off, Brian." "No, I'm not taking the fucking hat off." Then he stood up and said, "I've never fought for anything in my entire life. I'm fighting for this hat." He went to slam his hand down on the table, but he hit his water bottle and it spilled all over his laptop. And then I swear to fucking God, he tried to roll the hat down his arm like Fred Astaire, but the back flap got trapped around Rick's wheelchair. And then it took him forever to get the flap out of the wheelchair. He was fucking beet red. I thought he was going to have a heart attack. One of the flaps got wheel grease on it, and he said, "What the fuck is all this stuff? You have to grease these wheels?" And Rick said, "Yeah, you have to keep the wheels lubricated." And he said, "Yeah, well, I'm not supposed to get grease on this hat." And Brenda was just sitting there, slightly in his way towards the door. As he walked towards the door, he said, "Move!" And right when he said it, he realized he had gone too far. So he said, in a jokey voice, "Who said that?" It's just like it's like a courtroom scene in which they're reading a transcript of people's messages, and Brian's just sitting in the audience listening to this shit. It's illegal for you to ask me that. It's such a good bit. If you have not seen the show, you really need to. That's just one skit. I fucking love that skit. Ooh, I kind of like the sorting stream. Ooh, that's nice. Sorting stream. Let's do that. Y'all are curious. I think you should leave is on Netflix. It is the reason I pay for Netflix right now. I'm continuing to pay for Netflix because of that show Pantheon, which is really fucking good too. I haven't finished it yet. Oh man, dude, Twitter's on fire today. Dude, this one's fucking good. Hold on. Boris Cherny goes on a podcast every 3 months and says something like, "I've stopped breathing, now I just wrote a breath.md," and the next day everyone in SF stops breathing. Writing a breath.md or a breathe.md is so last month. I wrote a skill that writes a cron job that writes a breathe.md. All right. Well, shit. I think I have to follow this dude. I hadn't even like used greptile now, but I think I need to try it. All right, when someone just cooks that hard on a fucking meme, ooh, buddy. Yeah. Okay, so now what does it want us to do? I like the horizontal conveyor belt. All right, so that one is churning and burning. Can travel? What does that mean? Is that some like slang that I don't know? Kids these days, right? Well, I mean, no, that is slang, right? The thing travels? That's not a phrase I've ever heard before. So that is slang. How is that not slang? Oh man, Opus is brown bread. What? Is that slang for something? No, it just means that it's dead. You know, it's a Cockney rhyming thing. Yeah, that's called slang. But what up, Craggle? How you doing? It's almost like the literal definition of slang. Especially because models don't literally travel. So it has to be something figurative, right? Yeah. So axis 1 and 3. Sure. All right, so we're going to update the current proposal design and tasks, and we should be able to run the apply separately. Oh, wait. You're referencing, what is that? From like Resident Evil like 5 or some shit? Where he does like a totally unnecessary, like off the wall backflip thing? I feel like I've seen that meme. Okay, yep. I am a little curious about these emotes that you spam, like every time. I guess not every time, but I mean, the more you use them, the less meaning they have, you know? Okay. I don't know. It just seems a bit much. Ooh. Hold on, let me double check. What are my meetings like tomorrow? How early do I have to wake up? Okay. Okay, I think this works. And then it got back to Minimax M3. Nice. There we go. All right. I guess here's my next question. Is Kimmy actually still better than Minimax M3? Oh, it actually is. Okay. But the Kimmy K26 does burn into our Olama subscription quota. So we do want to be careful of that one. All right, how's this one? The terminal loading pulse effect? Share the link of the benchmarks? I mean, we need to rerun all of the benchmarks. But, like, at least the ngrok thing is a temporary URL. We will have it posted for, like, on GitKraken's domain here sometime within a week or so, but we're just not there yet. Wait, what? All right, how's this one? All right, that one's still churning too. All right, so we got two of these things churning. Sorry for the yawns, man. Definitely didn't sleep that well last night. I stayed up kind of late, and then I made the mistake of watching like 3 or 4 episodes of Pantheon because it's just like, man, when they finish an episode, I gotta know what happens next. So that's fun. So yeah, I'm gonna need to like make sure I get some good sleep tonight. I could get my rice cooking here in a second. Let me double check this. No, I'm not switching back to the fucking OEM pot. Hell no. Just trying to like figure out what I could do. I know the stainless steel isn't what it came with, but there's no way I'm switching back to a nonstick fucking pot. Like I do not need the fucking Teflon. Like no thank you. Shit causes fucking brain cancer, man. Oh, well it only does that if it flakes. Yeah, it's gonna flake. No, no, Owen, that's what I'm saying. I think the non-stick coating is actually really fucking bad for you. If you find stuff sticking to stainless steel or cast iron, you're cooking too hot. Yeah, dude, Teflon is really not good for you. It is actually like studied to cause brain cancer. It's not good. You should never use metal utensils with it. Things like that. Like, I'd rather just use stainless steel and call it good. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's see. How did this animation turn out? Will it blend? I think we can iterate on this. All right, so we'll do that. Let me get another album going. Should we play some All Them Witches, actually? I feel like we're at a good time of day where something like that would be fine. Yeah, let's do that. Let's play some All Them Witches. There are lyrics, but, you know, it's a good band. One's for you, Jens, Mr. Sir. Um, oh yeah, which KEXP show? Ah, this one. Yeah, this one's good. Yeah, this one's real good. All right, so how should the no match post be visually expressed? Solid but boring. Visually dim dashed. I'd say that. How many posts per loop? Oh, what should reduced motion do? Oh, I'm fine with that then. All right, so while that's going, I do have to use the restroom again, and I will get the rice cooking. I think that's a good idea. And then I got rice for tomorrow, too. So it takes just a minute. BRB. Okay. Sorry about that. Rice is cooking. Oh, wait. Who is that? Whose emote is that? They look super familiar. Orto. Yeah, I don't think I know them. They do look really familiar, though. Orto Pilot. Yeah, I don't know them. Huh. Good live musician? Oh. I might have made it into their stream after like a raid chain or something. That might be why they look so familiar. All right, so just popped open some more tea bags because I need the caffeine. But yeah, how is everyone's week going? Oh, I do hate this song a little bit, where he just like counts to 20 for no reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Why? Like, how many good songs can you really think of in which they do like a count up or a countdown? Like, really think about it. Workhorse, you can relate. Is that a band that does a good count? Not saying they don't exist, but they're the outlier. And it might be the song after this, actually. Oh, you're saying the song is Workhorse, so it's not this one, it's the one after. I guess it's the next song here. Yep, it's the one right after this. That's it. Yep. Oh, no, it is this song. I don't think it is Workhorse. Workhorse is good. Yeah, no, it's this song. Yeah, I'm gonna say there's a reason you're a suspicious user there, Studio, and I'm just gonna ban you. No thanks. Account created 34 minutes ago. Yeah, no thank you. I'll pass. So we're close on it. My favorite part about this like live concert thing is when Cheryl Waters like talks to him after this song, and she has no idea what 86 means in this context. Well, if you're gonna have fish belly, you might as well have 86 of them. Oh, yeah. And he just doesn't correct her because he knows it's just not worth it. It's like, oh yeah, Cheryl, you've never worked in a restaurant, huh? Makes sense. It makes sense. Damn right. It should have been 86.45, but here we are. If you're gonna have onions, you might as well put 86 on. God damn it, lady. Right? Like, I wonder if that's one of those things where, like, it keeps her up at night, just realizing how badly she understood that, you know? Oh, are you about to go to sleep? You remember that time on the radio when you totally misunderstood what 86 meant? And then, so Small Knight. Yeah, have you tried the new Minimax? I'm a little bummed that it's a closed weight model. That kind of bums me out a little bit. It's still a decent model though. And then Akitar. Does it help having structured output? Just join the live. At least in some of the testing we're doing, the answer is no, it does not help. Right? There's only one model in which the structured output is actually improving the result. And that's Devstral. But we're only doing it for super cheap models right now, Akatar, just because we're still iterating on the tests and we don't, like, it costs at least $50, closer to like 80 at this point, to run all of the benchmarks, right? Like Opus and Gemini and all that bullshit. So we're doing like the light ones just for now. But at least as we're seeing, structured output actually makes the results worse, which is interesting, right? So yeah, the fact that like some of these models are actually way worse at the structured output part is interesting. I think we do maybe need to like double check like some of our expectations and things like that. Okay, come on, music. Play the music. But yeah, this song, Jens, Workhorse. I think Workhorse might be the best one on this album or on this like live show. I don't know. As long as it's not the Thunder, I don't necessarily care that much, Jens. But it would be nice to see the Knicks win something. I don't care which one of those two won. We all won by the Thunder losing. Because that fucking flop artist, SGA is a fucking dude. It is so miserable watching that dude play basketball. Like, he should be getting technicals. Right? SGA should absolutely be getting technicals for some of the shenanigans he's pulling. If they started awarding flopping with technicals when they're unwarranted, they would fix that shit real quick. But yeah, I consider modern NBA unwatchable because of that shit. It's worse than fucking soccer at this point. Like, dude, that's saying something. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Yeah, this could be good. I think it understood exactly what I was going for there, which is cool. So I think it's actually understanding a lot of this pretty well right now. So I think it's cooking. Minimax M3 is really not terrible. Like we've dealt with worse models, you know? Seems like the reasoning it's doing kind of waffles a bit more. And what up? How you doing, Impact, Mr. Sir? Oh, this song is good. Yeah, I like this one. Trying to make your hobby project go a little faster, so you're thinking of maybe trying some new tools. Sure. Uh, what do you mean, Impact? Okay, so I did interpret it right. You were being a little judgmental, yeah? This is building an illustration for this section of the page. Hmm. Yeah, so I think we're going to go fully linear with the animation. And that might be a better experience, right? Because I don't know, something feels weird about that, right? What tool is what? The one that we're using for fine tuning the prompt, or the thing that you're seeing on screen right here? All right, while that's going, let's double check this part. Yes. So on this screen, you're seeing open code with the Minimax token plan. On this one, you see a CLI tool called Pi using the Olama plan. And we're currently doing our planning with a tool called OpenSpec. Yep. Yeah, it does seem like Minimax waffles quite a bit on like its planning and reasoning. Nope. The goal of spec-driven development is to have a context that you can pass to other models, other agents, whatever, because your chat history doesn't transfer, right? Like, not by default. By having a shared specification, you can use any AI tool you want, and then they just follow the specification. Dude, yeah, all these alternative considered are like, man, yeah, Minimax M3 is just looping, man. Yeah, I do like that concert. That one's good. All right, we'll go back to some synthwave or techno or whatever you call this. Get some French 79 up in our ears. Okay, so it thinks it could. Any minute now. All right. So yeah, that's kind of what I want to pass on as context. It seemed weird that it was dropping in like 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, even with the stuff in the middle. What changes in how I use open code between models? Nothing, right? The output might be different, but the usage feels the same. Like you do see stuff maybe like loop over in reasoning based upon the model, but that's not necessarily a powerful versus non-powerful model. That's just some models loop more. I don't know, man. You should try this stuff and try it yourself. You'll get way more insight than just asking questions here, and you can do it right fucking now with the free models that are out there. So this is getting super verbose. I'm not sure I care that much, though. That is a lot of stuff in the context. 155K is a bit much for what we've done so far. But yeah, I do feel like Minimax M3 specifically, not about smart or stupid, but this model specifically does a lot of second guessing of itself. Damn. We've used like 4.5 million tokens today. Nowhere close to our quota, though. And damn, yeah, there were days where we were burning like 44 million. Holy shit, dude. Yeah. Yeah, today's light. Today's cheap in comparison. So yeah, if I was gonna do some of like the loop maxing bullshit, I think I'd use the Minimax plan. I wonder if they support caching. It doesn't really show that. I don't know if it matters. Yeah, anyway. So then back to this part. Still running the test suite on this one. All right. Damn, it's already 7 o'clock. Holy shit. Dude, the time flies, man. Time flies when you're burning tokens. All right, so I do want to run this. I want to double check. Where are we at token-wise? With my OpenRouter account. Because I am curious. We haven't been running the full suite these past few days, but we have been doing the validation steps. And those, I think, do end up costing some money. Ah, there it is. Oh, damn. So yesterday I spent a single penny on all of those like validation steps. We haven't even spent a penny yet today. Son of a bitch. All right, so we're not done yet because something is going wrong. So we'll start this fresh and see what they have to say about it. We might need to fix something to do with the none reasoning validation. What do we think the fix for this might be? Hmm. Man, I can smell the rice right now, too. Oh, it smells super good. No shit. Hell yeah. Retool. Has anyone heard of Retool before? What is Retool? Oh, yeah, yeah. It's like the internal tool building software thing. I don't know if they were always AI focused, but I do think an AI pivot is really smart for this product, at least. Does that make sense? What do they charge, though? Per builder, and then per internal user, and that's how they make their money. That is definitely how they make their money. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, the border radius when you hover it? Oh, that's interesting. That looks weird. Like the border sticks around when it shouldn't for the corner? Hmm. Okay, so yeah, GitBench still burning on that. Wow, this thing is still burning too. Holy shit, yeah. Minimax M3, man. Really likes to burn tokens, it looks like. I wonder if there's a way to see, like, we see what the context is. I'm curious what the session usage is. Pretty sure there's a way to validate that, to see it, right? Anyone remember how to do that in OpenCode? Is it like session or status or something? I mean, we're gonna have to let this like run and finish anyway, but yeah, I'm trying to remember what the actual command is. We'll explore. I guess we could probably even do that now. So that would be switching session. Usage? Nope. Possibly status. I think it could definitely be status. Yeah, everything else is just auto research BS. Interesting. Okay. Huh. And damn, has anyone else been having this problem? Like, I haven't been seeing any of like the messages on Twitter come through as notifications. Okay. Yeah, dude, Twitter just hasn't been showing me any of my like messages. There's not even like the little like badge or whatever on the message icon when I log in. Like I don't see it in my phone. Like, yeah. I think I maybe need to like fine tune my my notification settings or something. It's getting really annoying though. Like I've missed a couple messages that yeah, kind of bum me out. Dude, this thing is still churning on that. Not gonna lie though, the fact that it's using CSS animation for these things is kind of crazy. Like it's still SVG, but man. All right, let's double check on this one. This one's running the tests, sure. Yeah, I don't want to token max too much of this stuff. But let me double check the Olama usage. We're at about half of our full usage for Olama for the session. We're actually getting close to it for the week as well, and that's actually a little bit more of a bummer. But we do have open code still. We've got our minimax plan. We've got things that we can burn. And we still got codecs too. Resets on Thursday, you know, not a big deal. And yeah, Raimu, what you up to? Am I still coding or have I switched to all vibing now? I still code the things I care about, but there's plenty of stuff that you can vibe, you know? Like, I'm not physically capable of coding an animation set like this, you know? I'm not capable of that. At work, you don't code anymore at all? Interesting. I don't know. I still jump in and find things that I'm better off just like fixing myself real quick because I know it's fast. Like, why burn tokens when I know it's like a single line CSS change or something, right? So yeah, there's plenty of places where it's like it doesn't make sense to just like burn tokens for something I could solve in a single line. But I also have plenty of like projects that are like fully vibe coded, you know? You don't get anywhere near your daily quota, so you're not really too worried about it. It's more just like I still like knowing where things are in the code base. So I appreciate a situation where I like can go dig into it, you know? Okay, so this one says it's ready for review. Do we think it cooked? God, it's so close. It's so close. So you still haven't gotten vibe coding past the line. Might be that you can have fewer devs working a project, but the number of QAs has exploded. I do think there's something to be said for why can't you automate some of the QA, right? Like QA is just about having reproducible like playbooks of things that we care about, right? Why can't you automate more of that QA process? That actually sounds way more automatable. Like I would say like the amount of devs that can understand and review the code for maintainability is way more important than the amount of QAs that validate that the button click still works. That validate the button click still works sounds way more automatable. Right? Even if it's just a playwright script that AI wrote for you. Yeah, like you should be cutting down massively on the amount of QA bullshit, right? Your QAs should even maybe be starting to write like playwright scripts and stuff that they just monitor and run. Like, yeah, I don't know. I would say there's definitely some kind of disconnect there. Hold on, what day of the week is the 11th? Is that Thursday, right? Yeah, Thursday, yep. All right, cool. And yeah, so Raimu. And what language is that mostly? Is that a bunch of Rust still? Oh, C++. Got it. Yeah, I get that, Jens. It kind of makes sense. Sure, like CPAs do need to sign off. I totally get that part. But that's like a little bit less of the QA part, you know? Like the easy QA should be way more automated. One tricky thing though is, right, the legacy system has decades of help desk calls and edge cases built in. Like, I understand that, but there's definitely something to the effect of like, well, if you told AI to give you 100% code coverage, all it's going to do is codify the bugs into tests, right? So you still got to be really diligent about, is this test correct? And then if the test is incorrect, well, you fix the test, but then you got to fix the part where it's broken in code or broken in the system. So I think that becomes a little trickier if you want to try and like fully vibe a legacy system, right? You're going to fully vibe and recreate the same edge cases, you know? Now, it's not necessarily true, but I don't know. It's something to think about. Oh, brainless. Yeah. I see you've been looking at the Vigil programming language. Many programming languages claim to take testing, contracts, and safety seriously, but only Vigil is truly vigilant about not allowing code that fails to pass programmatic specifications. Right? So more important than mere syntax and semantics is its addition of supreme moral vigilance. It's similar to contracts, but less legal and more medieval. The implore statement, to beseech your needs. Often a function will require that parameters have certain desirable properties. A function in Vigil can state what it requires by using implore, meaning n greater than or equal to 0. If a caller fails to provide valid arguments, it is wrong and must be punished. The swear statement, to state what you provide in return. So if a good caller meets its obligations, the onus is thus on you to fulfill your end of the bargain. You can state the oaths that you promise to uphold using swear. If a function fails to uphold what it has sworn to do, it is wrong and must be punished. Unhandled exceptions, it goes without saying that any function that throws an exception which isn't caught is wrong and must be punished. So, runtime vigilance. This is where Vigil sets itself apart from weaker languages that lack the courage of their convictions. When a Vigil program is executed, Vigil itself will monitor all oaths, implorations, and swears that have been made. If an oath is broken, the offending function, the caller in the case of implore, and the callee in the case of swear, will be duly punished. How? Simple. It'll be deleted from the source code. The only way to ensure your program meets its requirements is to absolutely forbid code that fails to do so. With Vigil, this shall be done for you automatically. After enough runs, Vigil promises that all remaining code meets its oaths. It could also mean that there's no code. Is this serious? Eternal moral vigilance is no laughing matter. But isn't a language that deletes code crazy? No, wanting to keep code that demonstrably has bugs according to its own specifications is crazy. What good could possibly have it be served? It is corrupted and must be cleansed from your code base. Vigil will do this for you automatically. Vigil deleted a function. Won't that cause the functions that call it to fail? It would seem that those functions appear to be corrupted as well. Run Vigil again, and it'll take care of that for you. Several invocations may be required to fully excise all bugs from your code. And it should have said exercise, right? Because it's like getting the demons out because it's medieval. It's a 4K screen. It's beautiful, though, isn't it? Right? $3,000 stars, exactly. So you know it's good. Time to make an elixir port using guards and macros? Ooh, honestly, that sounds amazing, Brainless. That sounds fun. Like, honestly, that could be really cool. Like, propose that for fucking Elixir Conf, man. That'd be legit. You could also do it with Rust, too, though. So, you know. You could remove it from the compiled code. Oh, right. Yeah, instead of it having to be like a runtime thing, it's a compile time problem. I think you'd still have to run tests, though, right? Maybe not. And then, hold on. An article summarizing what accounts got banned for? Oh, what? That's a thing? What? Okay. It's just a percentage. It doesn't, like, list the people. Okay. So, okay, yeah, here you go. So 14,000 observations across 832 banned accounts. So you got to do a lot of shit to get banned, right? So not safety safeguard bans. This is like purely people trying to do stuff against Claude. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. People obviously doing cybercrime? I don't know if this is necessarily obviously cybercrime, though. Operating an internal, external, multi-hop, or domain fronting? Well, domain fronting, yeah. Using Claude as a C2 proxy. What is C2 in this context? Command and control, not command and conquer. Right? Because you would have called it a red alert proxy instead, right? No, this is kind of cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. So the recent miasma worm that popped Azure Functions uses Claude as a C2 proxy. So those are words. I don't know what they mean together. Like, could you, like, layman's terms, an explanation of, like, how that works? Oh, okay. Okay, and then, like, when you say proxy it through Claude, does that mean there's, like, a skill or something that Claude is invoking that does the actual work? Like, how is Claude doing this part? I'm kind of curious about that. Preparing to write. You're always preparing. Just write already. Anyone catch the reference? Anyone know what movie I was quoting ish right there? Preparing. You're always preparing. Just do it. Raimu knows. Damn right, Raimu. Do you think we're being too literal? No, he said comb the desert. We're combing the desert. Hey, what up, Memphis? How you doing? You told me to notify you when we had Planet Druidia in our scopes. And we have Planet Druidia in our scopes. You really are a spaceball, you know that? Oh, shit! Dude, one of my coworkers just started at Cursor. Oh, shit, dude! That's fucking awesome. Right? They were in like the IT, or not IT, but more like support. Dude, that's a huge bump. Fuck yeah, dude. I don't think I realized that he had announced that. Dude, that's huge. Okay, so Memphis, struggling. Copilot changed premium API usage, so your $10 sub burns in hours. Yep. I'm a little bummed that Minimax canceled their $10 tier. Kenny, are you still out there? Is your $10 tier still working? Like, are you grandfathered in? Nah, I get it. I get it. I probably will not be loading that. I'm good. Not that curious. Man, beyond all reasonability, where do you buy your tinfoil? My guess is you have some especially strong tinfoil. That's not what I asked. Not necessarily, but that's what SLAs are for. That's what lawsuits are for. If you're using it on a non-enterprise account, well, yeah, they're definitely training on your data. That's how that's always been since the dawn of the cloud. Yeah, that's how things work. Have you never heard of antitrust? They broke up Ma Bell, man. I think it's a little naive to think that couldn't happen again. I don't know that. You can speculate on that, but I don't know that. Right? You see the difference? You're throwing all this shit out there as fact when it's speculation. See what I'm getting at? It also kind of seems just vaguely trolly because you just came in here on a fucking tear, man. Without anyone even engaging you. You just spammed the fuck out of us. But okay. So something seems weird here. We should be able to disable reasoning. Interesting, Small Knight. Okay, so this is Ader trying to fix the issue here. So we don't necessarily want to do the exclude true. We want to do like actually no reasoning. Hmm. Raimu, you still out there? Can you think about why I immediately giggled at seeing the name Weaver? Phyllis Weaver, come on down. Spin the wheel of fish. Ooh, red snapper. That's a good fish. Would you like to keep the red snapper or see what's in the box? Yeah, there you go. Now you get it. You chose the box. Yeah, exactly. What's in the box? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You're so stupid. Like, he's so good. Like, dude, it's so good. Phyllis Weaver. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why it sticks out in my brain because I remember the quote. Like, I can basically like hear the quote in my head. Yeah, I think maybe that's why I remember movie quotes so well because I like the audio is so like right there, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not literally hearing it, but I remember the audio, like the intonation, like everything about it so well. Right? Like, I don't have photographic memory. I have phonographic memory. Boom, nailed it. But no, that's not even where I was going with that. The play on words was right there in my brain. I had to do it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't see an actual image when I picture things, but I still have like the details of the image that I can recall. And I feel like it's the same way with the audio. It's not like I hear the audio. I just remember the nuance and the details of it, which is interesting. So I don't know if that counts as synesthesia or not synesthesia. Wait, is that synesthesia? No. Whatever it is, when it's like you don't have like any of that. You hear the audio, you can't see images? Yeah, I don't know. And where did that come from? Beyond just randomly out of nowhere? What prompted that? Like 10 minutes later, what prompted that? That's what I'm complaining about here. Right? You jump into streams, spamming the hell out of us with unprompted, unsolicited opinions about this stuff. 10 minutes later, that. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's maybe one of that one jerks, you know? You know who I'm thinking of, the dude that like just bots everyone's channel, but they're like stupid bots. I think maybe his bots are getting better. Yeah, deny. Goodbye. Later, spammer. See, I can formulate a response. You're just not worth it beyond all reasonability. Because you are beyond all reasonability. So it's just not even worth it. Goodbye. Fuck off. You want to rant into the void? Do it on your own channel. Dude, people are so fucking weird on Twitter, or on Twitch these days. Twitter too. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, why do they think someone else's fucking chat is a place to fucking vomit out their psychosis? I know, it was beyond all reasonability. And wouldn't it actually be like reasonality? I don't know. I'm sure there's a slight difference between reasonability and reasonality, but I'm not aware of it at the moment. So let me put it this way. I bet there is a difference. I think it depends on if you're talking about a person who is doing things without a reason or a person who is unreasonable. You think that's maybe it? Which one do we think applies better? Probably both. Probably both. All right, so ooh, that's some good reasoning right there. So a few possibilities. Open router doesn't actually forward enabled false to the reasoning. Or the mapping's buggy. V4 Flash might not have a true off mode. So some models like R10103 are fundamentally reasoning models. You can't turn it off. Okay, that's possible. I can see that. The 16 tokens are a counting artifact, not real reasoning, right? With max tokens equals 16 on the original code, it's, being the exact budget size is a little too suspicious to be coincidence, right? Right? When we see none, we should probably just be setting max reasoning tokens to 0. I do think we want to send reasoning tokens or reasoning enabled false. As long as they pass both, I think we're good. Right, belt and suspenders. Okay. Wearing a belt and suspenders, that sounds like something you'd see in like a Washington speakeasy. They're not really a speakeasy, but the bartender at least has a curly mustache. All right, so then, yeah, this thing, let's kill it again. Is that Opus language? Is that something Opus says? The belt and suspenders thing? Got it. Yeah, I wasn't aware. And it makes sense because, right, isn't DeepSeek distilled from Opus? So that would actually make a lot more sense. Smoking not gun because of its safeguards. That's so good. It's doing its own thing to get around its own safeguards. That's even better. Probably a little safer than the naked not gun. Okay, so this feels pretty good so far. I don't think, like, yeah, we do need to get rid of the thing. We should remove the orange diamond. What else should we do about it? What about ZG? What does ZG mean? Oh, it was a GPT that does it? Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so did I have that wrong? I know DeepSeek is distilled from one of those fuckers. Was I wrong? And was it GPT that DeepSeek was distilled from? I don't know. Belt and suspenders, shave and a haircut. All right, so if we get rid of that dashed line, the other stuff seems fine. We probably want to just like fine tune what goes in to the what to track boxes here. But that's like a separate thing to prompt, right? And what is up there? D. Stephen H. How you doing? I do need to cook some chicken and get dinner in me. This might be a good point to leave off for tomorrow. Or I could just do a quick little bit of cooking. We eat the, eat the teriyaki and then get right back to it. I do kind of want to play some games or something. We do want to finish the damn GitBench thing over here, right? Okay, so we'll do that. So let me try this. We already deleted that, so that's fine. So we'll kick that off, and it should then go back through and test some of these. How are we doing on our token budgets, actually? That would determine what we do. So yeah, we got plenty left on our Olama for the session. I know we got plenty left on our Minimax for the week and the session. So we could keep burning tokens because I do want to get this shit done, right? So here's my thought. We've got still more tasks. I think this right here is good, but we're not quite done because we want to do a similar fix. Yeah, we should do a similar 429 fix for the doctor command, right? I think that's a better move. Aggregating results over multiple tries. You using both these days? Yeah, no worries. It's fine. I was just curious. So yeah, I think that part's good. We got the reasoning effort. We can leave that. Structured output, I would say we've done. Incrementally saving results so we can pick right back up. That's not a bad idea. And then these are just UI things. These are going to be way simpler. We wanted to maybe try and get these knocked out better. Let's look at this. We're going to go to artificial analysis. Right, and for this, we really only care about the ability of these things, like language-wise, you know? So we don't care about the coding part. All we want to do is find some kind of like similarity or intent between the commit message that was generated and what we expected as a commit message, right? So we could use basically any of these models for that. You know, like we don't need Opus Max. We don't need 3.7 Max. We could probably use some somewhat cheaper models. I feel like we could use Nematron 3 Ultra. If we go and look at the cost to run these things, dude, we could even just use Minimax 2.7 or DeepSeek Flash. I think that would make sense. Dude, I would bet that like OSS 120B High would be able to do it too. So that would be like another exploration we should make. But as far as like responding to which model we need, right? Let's at least like get these out in the list, right? I think GPT OSS 120B, you know, with high reasoning still would make sense, sure. Because the cost for it is going to be so cheap. And it's just language stuff. It's not like coding at all, so we don't care about that part. So I would say, yeah, it's either going to be OSS 120B or V4 Flash, right, for DeepSeek. I think they end up being cheap enough that it maybe doesn't even matter. I think that might be the wrong one. Yeah, let's look at... Oh... Well, it is going to be this, but I think we have the wrong, time frame. So let's do, like, past month. Why not? Really? Oh, yeah, we did reset it. Well, I mean, let's still just look at it. Nemotron 3 Super. Pretty cheap. I would expect GPT OSS to be even cheaper than that. But what if we did multiple, right? We could do... God, what's in our other here? Let me do this. Yeah, OSS 120B would be cheaper, and I think it outscores Ling and Granite, like, massively in benchmarks, right? Like, as far as, like, language stuff goes. I forget which one we're actually using there. Right, yeah, and then Granite. Yeah, dude. Yep. Yeah. We'll just... I think GPT-OSS 120B will nail this. And the others don't even have, like, thinking or reasoning. If we go and look at the cost to run them, there might be a slight difference there. We should double check that. You know. I mean, Ling Flash and Granite 4.1 8B are super cheap. So we could add them in as like an aggregate. And I could see that being worth it. Yeah. All right, so then part of our discovery would be we probably need an LLM as judge. What other tests need an LLM as judge? So we'd want to ask that, and then I think instead of V4 Flash, right, Granite 30B or whatever? Hold on, wait. Oh, we don't see the 30B in there. Why is that? And then going back to what we're seeing here, we have been running Ling more, right? So I do think Ling and Granite probably are, like, massively cheaper still. Oh, we could add LFM to the list. Hold on, which one have we been using? LFM2 24BA2B. .5 just in case. Sure. Oh, okay. So then, yeah, LFM is cheap. And then reasoning-wise, or like intelligence-wise, oh, it's like the lowest scoring one. Yeah, I think we're good. I don't think Granite is actually worth it at the 30B for the intelligence bump. And hold on, are we running Ling Flash? Yeah, we are running Ling Flash. So yeah, I'm thinking we do just like 3 LLMs as judge, average their scores. Yeah, I like that. I think that's not a bad note. But we don't need 30B. I like that idea. Yeah. I like it. Okay, so those will be our LLM as judge models for at least commit messages. What else would we need? So commit message generation, I think there's probably another we want to like rely on for comparing similarity and some other things. Let me get more music going. Should we go crunchy or chill? What do y'all think? Some chill crunch. We'll put this on, and if it's too much, just let me know. Okay. I expect this to actually then kick in here in a second. Yeah, we're not quite done. Okay. So I think that's the good fix. And we could have gotten into the code and just fixed that. I just wanted it to verify some stuff. What's up, ACM? How you doing? You were a little sick last weekend? I'm sorry. All right. Come on, effort matrix. But yeah, I hope you're feeling better. And Raimu, ooh, fun thing. I just got my passport. So I can go to Europe. I can go to Canada. Actually, I don't know if I can go to Canada. I need to get some shit expunged. Yeah, hold on. So yeah, for this perplexity shit, I need to get a reckless driving expunged from my record. It has been over 20 years since the event and no other violations. Okay, so this thing continued along. Where in EU would I like to travel? I mean, there's like events. So I'm a developer advocate, so I kind of travel for conferences on a somewhat regular basis. So it means now I can start like applying for like European conferences. So there's Git Merge coming up later this year in Portugal. There's all sorts of stuff that happens in Germany and Amsterdam and some other countries or like cities as well. I also wouldn't mind hitting up like early season like Alps stuff for just some like fun park snowboarding stuff. Oh yeah, like what are some of the best conferences you like to do? All right, so we'll archive that one thing that we just kind of started today. Mostly architecture. You mean like building architecture, or more like AWS architecture? Domain driven development. Got it. The 3 Ds of dodgeball. I'm kidding. There's 5. Duck, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge. All right, so we'll get that up. We'll bring pi back up. All right, so we recently added some rate limiting to the CLI runner. We need similar rate limiting for our doctor command. And what up, Melaneth? How you doing? The multiple plate spinning thing? Yeah, I feel like I'm really only good at doing 2, but I'm still like human in the loop, right? Like I'm still like prompting and chatting with these things. I'm not doing like the whole open claw dude and burning like 1,000,000 tokens a month kind of bullshit, or $1,000,000 worth of tokens a month. I think it's really disingenuous for him to be promoting that when he gets fucking free inference, you know? I think it's actually really shady. But, I mean, what did we expect? The guy that made OpenClaw to be cool? Nah. Yep, exactly, Melaneth. But he's got that tweet where it's like, if you're still prompting, you're not going to make it, or whatever. And that's just such a dickhead thing to say, right? Because he has unlimited tokens, you know? What do you mean you're starving? Why don't you just buy the food? Like, it's just so tone deaf. What do you mean your car broke down? Just buy another one. You don't like where you live? Just buy another house. What's the deal, dude? Just move. Yeah, exactly. It's not that fucking simple, bro. Like, yeah, it's just really tone deaf. That's all. Wait, what do you mean by that, chill mute? I'm saying the dude who has unlimited tokens, him saying, if you're prompting, you're not going to make it. He's saying you should be looping everything. Everything should be fully non-person in the loop agentic, right? That dude has unlimited tokens. He spent $1 million in tokens just like a month ago. That dude preaching that shit is just super tone deaf, right? It's like celebrities asking us to donate to a cause when they're fucking billionaires, you know? Like The Rock or Oprah. Like, it's just so tone deaf. We need more celebrity Kickstarters. Exactly, Togglebit. Totally. Totally. Right? Lars Ulrich couldn't buy his gold-plated bar out by his pool this month because you pirated an album by Metallica. Won't someone think of the Lars Ulriches? I know, right? Napster wasn't thinking of Lars. But yeah, how you doing today, Togglebit? Just procrastinating? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. I love deadlines. I especially like the sound they make as they go by. Whoosh. But yeah, we're doing good. We're just prompting some BS. So I work at GitKraken. I got the hoodie and everything, no big deal. But I work at GitKraken as a developer advocate, and one of our like top of funnel things that we're doing that I've just kind of been working on because I felt like it is this thing called GitBench, in which we measure LLM's abilities to do Git things, right? Right now, we're just testing the absolute cheapest models possible because we're still iterating on some of the semantics about how the tests run and things like that, right? The big thing there is we have run a full suite before. Someone nerd sniped me at Cascadia JS this past week when I was talking with them, and they're super smart. Like, I don't know, you've probably been in the game long enough. You know who Gary Bernhardt is? If you don't, not a big deal. But he was like, "Oh, what about if you tried structured output? Would that be better?" And I was like, "Oh, well, I just don't know. It kind of makes sense that it would." Well, it turns out only for some models does it actually improve the output, right? For one right now, and that's just DevStroll. Whereas like DeepSeek, it gets way worse. So we may have some bugs in how we're like expecting the structured output to be done. There's definitely some like tests and things we could fix there for sure. But, he nerd sniped me with it, and he's a really fun dude to talk to, and I wanted to have an answer for him. So that's what we're working on right now. We added that bit, and then, of course, that uncovers all sorts of other stuff to do, right? Well, number one, we recognize that our commit message test, right, like generating a commit message is really... it's a little too strict. So we're going to need to use like an LLM as a judge. I think we can use a stupid model, like 3 stupid models, and like average the results to do the judging there. We probably also need to aggregate our results over like multiple attempts at each like benchmark, which is going to really balloon our prices. Right now it costs like $50. I think we need to run these things 3 times and take the average, which is going to really balloon our cost that way too. Now, keep in mind, like, yeah, sure, I paid for that out of my pocket, but once I transfer this to GitKraken, that's coming out of their pocket. But I think it's a fantastic bit of like thought leadership and stuff like that, where, we're going to make the site's going to be published under the GitKraken domain name. We're going to have like a funnel in which like, there's going to be a blog post and like a PDF file, like maybe even a quarterly PDF file as like models change and things like that. So like you can sign up and subscribe to our analysis of the results, but like the data should always be open, and the code's open right now too. But then after that, like I can propose this for a whole bunch of like conferences and stuff, right? Like how we built it, why we built it, blah, blah, blah. Like I think those could be a bunch of fun like talks at conferences too. So I think there's more value to it than just like the cost of the top of funnel thing. And I don't know if you were here when I pointed it out, but I just got my like passport recently. So I can start proposing this for like talks in the EU as well. Or wherever. Asia. Who knows? Australia. Why not? In fact, that's a major goal. I would love to get some like talks in like Australia or New Zealand or something like accepted during the summer, because it's their winter. So I could give a talk in Australia and then fly to New Zealand for a lot cheaper on my own dime. You know, mix in a vacation with a conference down that way. That'd be cool, right? So yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to like travel and do stuff now. Apparently they have waffles in Europe? Interesting. I never would have guessed that. But yeah, exactly, Sim, man. I could do some like New Zealand snowboarding during the summer. That'd be fun. I could do the same with like Chile. There's some good snowboarding in Chile. I think also maybe in Argentina. I could go skiing in Queenstown. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what's like the big resort near there? Is that Coronet Peak and something else, or am I thinking of the wrong island? Remarkables and some of that stuff. Yeah, Coronet Peak. Yep. Yeah, I've looked into it a little bit. Not much, but a little. Okay, so what we want to do here then is, yes, I'm going to say let's create that proposal, man. Ooh, and then another thing we've been doing, right? So we got 2 of these clankers kind of like clanking along. Another thing we've been working on is some changes to like an illustration on the marketing page for our software as a service called Masijo. What is that? Italian? No, it's English. There's still some like weird issues with this animation. We may have to do that by hand. Like we might have to just fix this by hand. Like it looks good right now. But then it's got like a bunch of like gaps. No, it's still not done. So, all right. We'll let that clanker go. I do think I am getting kind of hungry. But, you know, we got plenty of our budget left. And I probably do need to keep spinning on some of this. Because, yeah, like, I really want to get GitBench finished by the end of this week, which means we should not be wasting session limits, right? So if I got room in a session, I should be burning it. And then we'll use Codex. We'll have to wait till... I mean, we can still use Codex a bit, but we are going to need to maybe, like, pick and choose where and when. See, I've got, like, man, I'm paying for too many of these subscriptions. I need to cancel the Gemini one for sure. Right? But then I'll probably still keep at least Olama, at least OpenCode Go, and Codex, right? So that right there, that's $50 a month. That's not terrible. I've still got Minimax. I do wish Minimax still had their like $10 plan. But Minimax is like the amount of tokens from Minimax is definitely higher than any of these other things, right? Like the amount of stuff I can do with Minimax V3 or M3 or whatever they call it It's maybe not the absolute best model, but it is maybe a good, like, workhorse model. You know? Like, I've been using DeepSeek V4 Pro for my workhorse model for a lot of stuff, but we can just see that, you know, I still have 5 days and we're already, like, halfway through our weekly usage. We're definitely going to be burning through this Olama usage quicker than I would like. But I do think we can get GitBench finished up in a way that we're good to go, right? So yeah, something to think about. I do need food. But maybe this is just a good moment to wrap up. You know? The change is going to be one line. Oh, man. We didn't need OpenSpec for this. How long since we started GitBench? That I don't know. Hold on. Little under 2 months ago. And we've been doing other stuff since then. I think over the past month, we've been like really focusing on getting this thing up and running. Like, we kind of kicked it off just because we wanted something to burn GSD2 stuff on, right? And then there's been a lot of iteration on just like making it better and cleaner. But yeah, I don't know. I had not accounted for how long it's actually been. But yeah, we have been working on other things while doing it. So I wouldn't say it was like wasted effort or anything like that. And like a big chunk of this has been like learning how to use OpenSpec, like using GSD2, getting GSD2 to a point where it just breaks itself and it doesn't run, and we had to use OpenSpec just to like continue progress. Well, it's definitely some stuff that I would not have expected at first, which is, yeah, I don't know, it's kind of fun to mess with. But yeah, dude, single line change. Yeah, I'd say we're good at this point. And then we can start in on the more complicated. Yeah, we got 2 more complicated things to think about here. Which one of these do we think is more important? Aggregating results over multiple tries, or getting LLM as judge into the mix? I think LLM as judge into the mix. And then right, we need to explore some of the structured output tests and make sure they're good there. And yeah, the yes man has no taste. Exactly. The slopperer has no clothes. Sure. Honestly, no, we're gonna keep planking. I do need to eat some food though. I guess the big thing I wanted to make sure of is that, yeah, we're not wasting any of these sessions, because there's only so many sessions between now and when I want to be done with this for the end of the week. But I do need food in my belly. So we will switch the kitchen stream, I think. And it shouldn't take long. I have chicken that's thawed. I just need to just wash the pan I'm going to cook it in. Right, because I got some butter in it still from the last time I used that pan. I'll just clean that pan out, rinse it, get the chicken cooking. I might be able to, like, leave it for a bit. The rice is already cooking. And then some of the other stuff will just be like, oh, make sure I get things into, like, bowls for, like, you know, leftover rice needs to go into a bowl into the fridge so that I can do fried rice tomorrow. Because the best way to do fried rice is with day-old rice. Gives it that, like, firmness. It's just awesome, you know, like less sticky and weird. So that is what we'll do real quick, right? We archived that. Let me just add the open spec, add the GitBench thing. Or add, simple rate limiting for doctor command. I have to try that with kimchi. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. Did you read the thing about kimchi, like, absorbing microplastic? In mice, but still, that's fucking crazy, right? Something about just fermented cabbage and like a chemical that's in it, right? So sauerkraut or kimchi. And it only removes it from the gut, right? Like, you know, not the age-old joke that like microplastic is stored in the balls, right? But still better than nothing. So realistically, you should just be eating fermented cabbage with every meal. And then whatever microplastic made it in, you got to handle. I don't know if that's how that works. Whatever. But here is what I'm thinking of doing. So we're going to do this. We're going to remove the effort thing. And then we're going to do the GitBench thing and run the other cheap models to validate their results. You 3D print your kimchi for extra plastic. There you go. It's already in our blood. Or balls. All right, so we're going to run GitBench here on the cheap models, make sure it goes all the way to the end like we expect, right? That's where you get the filament from. Okay, so what we're going to do now, OPSX Explore. We'll kick that off to at least like get it started. Can't procrastinate anymore. I got to shower and play with concrete. That sounds fun. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, Norris Togglebit, thank you for hanging out, man. Always good to have you in chat. Hold on, I'm going to do this. Just remember, there is nothing expected of you. But, welcome new mod of the bong table. No expectations for mods, just be cool. That's all. All right, so then while this is going, let me go use the restroom first, and then we'll get the kitchen going here in, on screen. And I will be right back before I do that, though. When y'all proud of me? I only had the one whiskey. I didn't have a single one yesterday. I'm proud of me. But let's get the kitchen screen going. I'll be over there in just a second. Yes, I know I have dishes to do. I might do some of those while the chicken's cooking. But yeah. Oh, desktop audio is a little loud. And the album is about to end. How dare they? This is a good one. Okay. Alrighty. These out of the way. Need to wash those. That needs to heat up a sec. So What do you think now? Alright, so how's everyone doing? Sorry about all that cleaning and prep I had to do. My bad. Let's see if I can get my chat showing. And hey, what up, Derp Sauce? So I'm going to be doing some teriyaki chicken. I got the chicken thawed. The rice is already cooked, so it should be quick now. My kitchen was a mess. I didn't have anything cleaned up. Man, I'm getting fat. New map unlocked? New map of what? Just saying, like, you haven't seen this kitchen stream before? Is that maybe the new map? Yeah, I gotcha, I gotcha. Yeah, we've been doing it a little bit more lately. Typically, when there's just like more shit I want to do, I guess more often when I'm like drinking the whiskey. I've only had one today. Okay, so, yeah, what all are we chatting about here? So, MetaNet, you have an LLM building out your new laptop for distributed systems using Ansible, Terraform, and a terrifying menagerie of tech. You love it? Nice. And first time on the cooking stream? Yeah, normally I do the cooking on the other channel, on Ripping and Chill. I think it's fine for now. Doing a bit more of a low and slow temperature on the chicken so we don't like overburn it on the outside, you know? Yeah. It could be because you're picking up on some of the cooking stuff, or it's just the microphone sucks in this room. I need to work on that. I'd say we're good. I can hop into the other room. All right.
Give him an enema.
Oh. All right. So as we come back to this, DeepSeek violated a rule here. We're gonna fire up Codex for this. We could upgrade Codex first. All right, so we updated. Okay, so now it's back to extra high. I think we could put it to like just regular high. Honestly, I've been getting good. Oh, the email you sent landed on deaf ears to the people you were reaching out to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, A-Rider. Like, you know, I think it was a little overzealous. Just getting one person involved, I think, is the move. Trying to get both people involved is a terrible idea. It just massively decreases the chances of it happening. It's easy to convince one person of things. It's a lot harder to convince a couple people of things. It's even harder to convince a lot of people of things. That's why I was so adamant about not sending it to both people. But, you know, whatever. But okay, so. Sure, man. right, so let me think about this. Okay, so that's the issue there. Let me go do one thing while this is exploring and doing its thing. I might need to flip the chicken. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. So, This thing is still kicking along, running some tests, doing stuff there. But we have this exploration too. Here's what we'll do too. Yeah, hold on. So we go to here in our GitBench.json. We're going to create a new group. And here it is. Instead of open router demo, right, we'll do just these three. And instead of calling it open router demo, this is LLM judges. When does the judge run? Inline, for sure. Ooh, I like that. Okay. All right, so then for this, what does the judge model get? I think diff message and expected. Okay. Yeah, it's right. Okay. All right, so for 3, should the judge be configurable per fixture or per benchmark? Per benchmark seems right. Um, okay, so boom, let me go check out my chicken again. Sorry for the delay. The chicken was ready. So I'm back. LLM cooks while I code? No. Other way around. Scratch that. Reverse it. LLM cooks while I cook. Oh, but music stopped. I'm sorry. One sec. And what up, Mert? Yeah, it is night for me at the moment. Chicken teriyaki. Oh, we probably do. Yeah, that's a good call. This soy sauce or this teriyaki sauce is good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a Kikkoman Takumi teriyaki sauce. I don't know what Takumi means, but it's delicious. Ooh, close. But Mert, you need some blackout curtains, man. That's one of the best investments I've ever made. Mm-hmm. So yeah, as we're looking at what we're doing here, okay. All right, create the proposal. Okay, so that looks good. The chicken's a little dry. I could have done it better. Still a good meal, though. I mean, that's what I did. Hmm. Yeah, that's open spec. So did I miss it? And you asked like what I'm using for the planning steps? Sorry if I missed that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is actually, it's a 3-step process. So first step is explore. And you don't have to explore. But I find explore is the only step at which it's going to ask you questions, or it's more likely to ask you questions. Some models will ask questions at other points too. So then once you've got like a basic thing, it even asks you like, oh, do you want to create a proposal? And that's the specification itself. And that'll create like tasks and like, the contracts and all that in like one step, right? And that's the proposal step. And then after that is apply, which is applying the proposal. The 4th step is after application. You take the things that got done, that it worked through and did, and like maybe it like saved some stuff for itself for later, and then it rationalizes what it actually did versus what it planned ahead of time with the rest of your specifications. So it'll actually like sync the things that it has changed back with the specifications that exist previously, right? Because in general, if you're not doing that, the specifications lose a lot of value over time as like the implementation changes out from under the spec. So by synchronizing the spec after each like archival process, you kind of get a little bit more of like a proper history of the intention of things, or at least like the spec could theoretically be rerun to get to the point that you're at right now, rather than implementation, iteration, and then the spec is just like desynced from what actually happened. Mm-hmm. So as an example, all of the specifications we've done are in this list, right? And then from here, there's actually like the changes that have been done. We probably forgot to archive the rate limiting controls, so that's on us. But this is the one that they just generated for us. So it's almost like the specification isn't technically created until it's been archived. Mythos coming today. It is weird that they're doing that like so quick on the heels of Opus 4.8. Right? 4.8 was like just a couple weeks ago, right? Four eight's by far the worst. Really? Worse than 4.7? I find it interesting that because of benchmark maxing, that's not actually like what we see, right? Right? Like according to this, Opus 4.8 is a clear winner on at least a few of these benchmarks. What I'm wondering is, hold on. I mean, we do still see like just solid improvement. So I'm curious how that could even be. Man, I was way hungrier than I thought. Oh, man. Let me go put this teriyaki sauce away and grab my hoodie because it's getting a little chilly. Oh, okay. Oh. All right, hold on. Let me catch back up on chat. You tell it to cache something and it updates front end TS query code. You tell it stop it to tell cache the back end response and it updates another front end component. You swear at it and now it uses Redis on the back end. Interesting. I mean, Mert, I would really recommend checking out generating a specification instead. Like, have you tried OpenSpec or SpecKit or even like GrillMe? You've used GSD if that counts. I mean, I feel like GSD should be able to get you there. Is it not asking the right questions? And are you using GSD 1 or 2? And then let me double check. Let me catch up. Jeffro. Hey, nice. I like that name. For some reason, I know I like it. Because it reminds me of the movie Beverly Hillbillies, right? Jethro instead of Jeffro. So yeah. But your comment was, you think 4.8 is only good if you're using max and above, which would be like ultra, right? But ultra is technically extra high with like the workflow BS. You used 4.6 and 4.7 on no more than high with decent results. And now 4.8 on high feels like GPT 4.0. Mert, you're saying you use it on high right now? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we knew what you meant. I just wanted to say it out loud. That's all. Interesting. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I basically don't use GSD for anything anymore. Yeah, I use GSD 1 for... what did we use it for? I think we used it for the Astro slide tool, which we should get back to at some point. We used GSD2 to start this project, but we hit a point where GSD2 just like couldn't rationalize itself out of like a loop that it was in about like a file being missing. Sorry for the burp. So yeah, like we had to switch to OpenSpec. And OpenSpec is now currently my favorite thing to use on like brownfield applications, right? If I didn't start the project with a tool like BMAD or GSD2, I'm probably going to use OpenSpec. But there's a couple others too. There's like, what is it, like Superpowers? I haven't messed with that one yet. I guess there's one inside of GStack that we could check out. I'm less keen on that one. I mean, I almost feel like Matt Pocock's Grill Me could be useful too. Right? Like even if you just did Grill Me, you would be able to provide the context of exactly what needed to be done. So you could have it grill you about the change you want to make. And if it starts talking about front end bullshit, then you can correct it before you have to like stop it, you know? I guess here would be one more thing though, Mert. Are you making sure that you're starting like entirely new context windows when you're changing between goals? Because that would be pretty important too, right? You don't want a bunch of cruft from unrelated stuff in your context if you want to do something very specific. I think I remember what to run here. I just want to verify, though. Benchmark is commit messages. All right. So if we were to go and do this... Now, do we want a space or an equal? A space. Yeah. So that's where I would really still like kind of break it down, you know? Yeah, I think you needed a planning step that broke it down into two separate tasks. Honestly, Mert, give OpenSpec a try, man. Because OpenSpec would have broken that down into at least like separate tasks kind of thing, right? But yeah, I mean, at 200K context, that's too much. Like, at 200K, you should start wondering, like, oh shit, what could I do to hand off part of this context that matters? Because you did not need the full 200K context. You really, really didn't. I find all of the models get really fucking stupid post like 250K. Now, it just so happens that some models only have 260K total that they can do. But for the ones with a million context window, you're still going to start getting context rot at like 250K. I'm willing to bet money on that. Like, there is definitely something about their ability to follow directions with or without context. So, yeah, once that context starts getting too much, man, you should really, really consider busting things out to separate sessions. But that means that you need a planning tool that allows you to pick back up where the previous session left off. So this actually kind of boils back down to how we think about software dev in general in the first place, right? Like if you needed to add a new page to a software as a service or whatever, right? You know, it's like the dashboard that you're building. What is the steps that, like, what is the order of operations that you would do that in yourself? I mean, me personally, I would figure out what the back-end endpoints need to be first, you know? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I've seen some of that. But yeah, like really start to break those down, right? Like think about the scope of what you're trying to do instead of I forget what they call it in GSD, instead of like the feature that you're building being all of it, break the feature down into the work that you would actually like maybe farm out to different people on your team, right? Just assume it's a stupid junior engineer. Do you want to give that stupid junior engineer the full fucking task? Or do you want to just say, hey, dude, go generate this backend endpoint, add the validation, do the important stuff there. We'll get to the front end later. Right? I think that would be a really like clear process to become familiar with. And I think you still want to model it after the way that you would work on this stuff yourself. You know? Like, could you tell a stupid junior to do this thing and they might actually get it? I don't know for sure. I'm just speculating. I'm not the expert. This is a conversation, you know? But yeah, I think narrowing scope is really important. No, but these AI models are stupid juniors. Right? Don't believe fucking Anthropic's hype. Like, no, you're dealing with a senior engineer. You need to give it a really good specification. No, you're dealing with an idiot engineer, and you need to give it a really good specification. Otherwise, it makes shit up. You know? That's really how it works. Yeah, I do not believe any of the marketing bullshit Anthropic tells us about, like, no, it's a senior engineer and you need to give it the exact context. No, I know senior engineers. They would ask me for the context if I didn't provide it. Claude doesn't do that. More like mid-level? They aren't, though, because they don't actually validate the criteria. They don't actually think for themselves about, like, well, is this the right approach? They'll just do whatever you tell them to. If you don't tell them to ask for more detail, they don't. To me, a mid-level engineer still fucking narrows down the scope and the specification and acceptance criteria for a ticket they're given. These models don't do that. They're not mid-level, dude. They do that in the narrow task scope only if you tell them to. Only if that's part of your prompting or your Claude MD or whatever. If you don't say, don't write any code first, let's talk about this, and then ask them the question, they'll go off to the races, man. At least in my experience. I could be wrong. I don't know, man. It's all anecdotal. I don't have evidence for it. But we've seen it here on stream too many times, where it's like I tell it a thing and then boom, it starts writing code immediately. Like, no, I wanted to talk about it. Oh, fuck. You know? But yeah, what's up, Fitzgerald? And then Jeffro. What are we building? So we're building a thing called GitBench. Our goal is to validate how good these models are at doing Git things. So similar to how we're like seeing artificial analysis and how they measure, you know, IT bench AA or whatever. Well, that didn't even route to the right place. Oh yeah, there we go. Right? Like, we want to see what their ability to do these things are and what score they get from running it, right? What we've actually seen is that Opus is the absolute, like, it's like the third worst compared to even some of these, like, idiot models. And then, yeah, there you go. There you go, Fitzgerald. Yeah, that works. I get it, man. Yeah. Whatever you got to do, but the fact that you have to tell it that means it's not a mid-level engineer. If anyone needs to hear this, if your instinct when you're given a ticket isn't to analyze the acceptance criteria and figure out what questions you need to do the right job, you're not mid-level either. Right? How many times have we ever been given the exact JIRA ticket that was necessary to accomplish the job? Right? Had all of the fucking detail we could ever use, you know? Never. I've never had a JIRA ticket like that in my entire life. It's up to me to narrow that shit down, to actually understand what they're looking for. Oh, I turn memories off. I do not recommend using memories in any way whatsoever. That's just asking for an idiot. I think memories are way worse. I want it to start from full-on scratch because, yeah, I know it doesn't actually, like, remember any of these things. That's good because, again, it's not a mid-level engineer. It's an idiot. I don't necessarily want it remembering some of these idiotic things it's done in the past because then it's going to lean more towards them. Sure, there you go. Yeah, like, just truly, the less you have in your Claude MD or Agents MD file, the better results you will get over time, for sure. But you can't make it remember the right stuff. You just can't. It's just not capable. And all that stuff it's memorizing probably gets out of date pretty quickly. I'd rather just wipe it and start fresh. Personally. And this does kind of line up with a lot of the, like, other, like, truly, like, senior engineers I've dealt with in the past. Like, not dealt with, but been having these conversations with. You know? People who actually, like, know their craft really well. They're not getting what they actually want out of these things. Pretty much ever. And they definitely don't want it remembering anything, right? If they want it to be something that gets remembered, they put it into a skill or whatever, right? Letta, Frontier and how memory is managed. No, I mean, I haven't used any of these like larger memory things because I think they're kind of an anti-pattern still. The only way I would consider memory to be like somewhat worthwhile is more like a summary of the code base, right? So I have read this cool article and I got to see this talk in person. Arise, Claude, SWE bench, right? The idea behind this is you can optimize your coding agent's like Claude MD file and prompt by actually like, analyzing the code base and filling in the Claude MD, and you can increase the score that you get SWE bench wise for your own repo, which is really crazy, right? So Klein and SWE bench and like a bunch of these things, like the idea is you can improve the Claude MD with the amount of like metadata about the repo that it can then theoretically accomplish SWE bench style benchmarks on your own like repo, right? Perfection in execution. I mean, I don't believe in perfection. So there we go. Claude MD is not very reliable, but it is at least a little bit extra that can help your thing perform better against your own like self-crafted SWE bench stuff. So if you're not aware of what SWE bench is, all it is a series or a set of issues, pull requests, and like whether that pull request got merged or not, right? So the goal is to have the LLM generate the code for the issue from like the same exact prompt as a, as the benchmark or as the thing that got merged already in the past. And then we can test the model and see how close it gets to the implementation we were expecting. You can do that for your own code base, right? Oh, here's the ticket, right? Jira, GitHub, whatever. Here's the resulting pull request that got merged. How close does the model get to completing it the way we expected? And you can then theoretically train the model, or not train the model, but get the model to help you modify your Claude MD or whatever, and it at least gives it like hints about how it could do these things better in the future, and it will increase your SWE bench score, right, on your own repos, which is pretty cool. Like, it's kind of genius. That's the only kind of memory I would find valuable, where it's basically just providing historical information to the model about what we're expecting as a team. I think that would be useful, Oh, man, dude, the food. Oh, the food. Okay, so Small Knight, you're saying you've been messing with Siri, and this is the memory file you've been giving to Siri, and you give it like skills or whatever kind of at the end of it, right? Like the open website struggles support kind of stuff. Okay, seems cool. Yeah, as long as they're local to the project, but I don't want to know about, like, historically what we should do. Instead, it's more like create a memory that's an accurate representation of the code base, so it knows where to look, so it doesn't have to, like, grep every single file every single, time you give it a fresh context. That I could see being useful, right? Just a set of heuristics about, like, where each things live, right? Where are the tests? What kind of tests are there? Like, some of that, like, just overall architecture, I could see being useful rather than forcing it to, like, go through and, like, rediscover that every time. So if that's what you're talking about, chill mute, I totally get that. That makes a lot of sense. I don't think I want it to have too much memory about, like, the minutia of why it got to a certain, like, line of code. Like, why that line of code was written. I don't think that matters as much, right? Just do the things that prevent it from, like, burning tokens on the bullshit it's going to have to do every time, right? Give it some hints. So if that's what you're talking about, I totally agree. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I just think people go overboard with the memories. Like the fucking, you know, like this fucking bullshit. You know? No, I do not think local first AI memory that remembers absolutely every single fucking thing you've told it is a good idea. I think that's a terrible fucking idea. Like, in my opinion, I think this Mem Palace thing is for people that aren't actually doing, like, code stuff with it. To me, this seems like something someone would want if they're, like, treating, like, Claude or ChatGPT as a cheap therapist. Which there are people that do that. I've talked to people who are like, yeah, I have conversations with Claude every day. If I repeated that back to you, you don't think that sounds weird? These are smart people. These are software devs. But they're treating Claude as a fucking therapist. That is so insane to me. That is like the definition of insanity to me. Or at least one of the definitions. Shit. So I do think, yes, maybe Mem Palace is useful for those people, but I think that's a terrible fucking thing and they shouldn't do it. But they shouldn't be doing the other thing in the first place anyway, right? What are you going to learn from fucking ChatGPT therapy-wise that you couldn't just, like, reason about yourself? And at least you would have a little self-doubt about your assessment instead of just using the glaze machine. Bedtime Bear, you out there? Because he probably remembers exactly the person I'm referencing with this statement. No, Bedtime Bear's not here right now. It's someone that me and Bedtime Bear, like, know personally. No, and I get that chill mute, but it's like, man, I would really want to fine tune that. I don't know. I think there's a lot of cruft in there that you could probably remove. Because at the end of the day, it's just extra context that leads to more context rot. Yep, exactly. And how often are you cleaning it up? You're not. Show me the ticket on the backlog for cleaning that up. I could believe that there's a ticket on the backlog for it, but when do you think that ticket's going to actually be put into a sprint? Never. It's just like the Angular has a brand new major version every 6 months, so we should have like a backlog ticket every 6 months to update, or at least like explore updating. Right? Anyone ever done that? You fought tooth and nail to get like a recurring, like every 6 month task to like update your dependencies so your major framework version doesn't fall too far behind? Yeah, okay, cool. We got it on the backlog. Nice. And then every sprint, hey, version came out like a month ago. We should probably think about putting this spike ticket onto the current sprint. Ooh, we just can't do it. We need to push this new feature. We got a release pushed by marketing. Right? This feature needs to be live by the time that email blast goes out. Am I giving some people some PTSD? Just talking about this. Exactly. Fucking corpo dev life, man. See, this is how, like, job interviews should be. Oh, you're interviewing for a senior staff or principal engineer position? Tell me how much you hate Jira and why. Tell me about some times that planning just went totally wrong. Don't tell me about when you had to resolve an interpersonal conflict with members of your team. No, I don't give a fuck about that. Tell me how much you dislike parts of the Agile process. That's how I would know if someone's truly like senior staff or principal, because they would have strong opinions. They would have exact stories, you know? There you go. Yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, closing some of this. All right, so we do want to run these. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, we modified the function signature of pretty much every benchmark. The only one that actually needed to change, like technically, was this one. But this is kind of a code smell, right? The fact that we had to change the function signature of every single benchmark, this should probably be like an object of some kind. Right? And then we just update the object. But again, this is Python, so we wouldn't get strict type safety. So it's not like it would give us that much more value. Yeah, it's a bummer. But okay. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. That's what we can do. We can add it to our notes. Right, at least something kind of like that. Something to think about for later. It would lie in one place to change it, yes, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that we're passing the value on. Because, I mean, if we look at it, yeah, this one it wouldn't matter. No, this one it wouldn't have mattered. Right, because, sure, it changes one thing, but we've actually modified the contract of this, like, method on the benchmark class or whatever. This is the only one that actually needed updating on what we passed to it, because the others, they just do a, diff equals none kind of thing. But yeah, an optional diff. Yeah, this... yeah, that's definitely some slop. But I'm okay with it for now. All right, so we'll try and run this. It is getting late. I got to make sure by like 11 o'clock we probably wrap up. You know, don't want to keep neighbors up or anything. Quargs? I always think of Quargs as like strictly a CLI thing. But I guess they aren't, right? I'm not much of a Python dev. Let me put it that way. In my opinion, I think it should still be a class. Because theoretically, maybe the class would still error out properly. For variable function params? Interesting. I always associated Quargs with CLI stuff. Which kind of makes sense, right? Because CLIs have, you know, variable function params too, right? Or at least like sensible defaults. You don't have to pass every arg for a CLI command. So that's maybe why I associated that. I could see that. That makes sense to me. All right, so we want this to finish up nice and good. We got some more Nematron to run. No, I get it. Yeah. I mean, I got enough taste that I think I would like the config to be a class. Like, maybe that's not the right terminology for Python, but you know what I mean, right? I just didn't like the fact that we had to modify every benchmark just because we changed that signature. That felt a little meh. I have used Pythonic before. I forget for what. I think we used it for like validation, right? So it's almost like you can use Pythonic for the same kind of stuff you might use Zod. Maybe that's not like the full scope. Like you could probably do more with Pythonic, right? Oh, you're saying the Pythonic way. Oh, got it. What am I thinking of? Pydantic? I think I'm thinking of Pydantic. That's it. Yeah, no. I mixed up Pydantic and Pythonic. That's all. But yeah, what up, Code Girl? Marathon streamer? I mean, it's not that long. It's what, 8.5 hours? That ain't shit. But yeah, I understand that, chill mute. Yeah, Pythonic. I tend to prefer the word idiomatic, but it is more syllables, so I get it. But idiomatic applies to every language. So idiomatic Go versus idiomatic Python versus idiomatic Rust, etc. Right? Hold on, we're skipping this song. How dare they? It's fine. All right, one more. Come on, DeepSeek. Quit being a jerk about it. Just finish up already. I think it's actually going to need to run one more time for the structured output version. I need to blow my nose. You used to work with Python quite a bit? Yeah, I've never done any professional Python. This is the first Python I'm getting paid to write. And I'm not even writing it. Shit. Lithium was here? Yeah, I don't think he was here today, but yeah, he's been here a bunch. Yeah, Lithium's the man. There you go, Beats. Ew. Touche. Yeah, surely nothing bad could happen. Like, I'm sure no one is playing me through the speakers and something weird would happen if I said something like, Alexa, buy 30 rolls of toilet paper. Ooh, now try Siri. Ooh, there we go. You have an Alexa and that won't work. Touche. All right, so here comes this thing kicking off again. Oh, man. Dude, the teriyaki was so good. Getting the rice cooker was one of my best ideas of recent memory for sure. It's just so much nicer, right? You get the rice in there, you let it, just stay warm. Get to it when you're ready. I do need to take the rest of the rice that's in there, get it into a bowl, throw it in the fridge so I can do fried rice tomorrow. I need to pick up eggs and the carrot and peas bullshit. But yeah. Fried rice tomorrow, maybe. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's better that way. It doesn't like clump together or stick as much. Like I don't know, it like dries out just enough. Yeah, it's the move. The question for tomorrow is going to be, ooh, do I do pork or chicken? I got both. The pork would be rib meat, which isn't quite as good as some of the, like pork chop meat you would use. I like the pork rib meat for chow mein. I think I'll do chicken tomorrow. I did chicken today, but yeah, I don't know. Spare rib pork fried rice? Oh, that's not a bad idea. I don't have any spare rib. It is rib meat, though. But I don't think that means spare rib. Come on, DeepSeek. Finish up already. Quit being a jerk about it. Dude, some of these are really bad failures. That's a structured output problem. I don't think that's the LLM as judge problem. Miss having a nice Asian restaurant nearby? Yeah, there's some good ones nearby, but I also just like being able to cook my own anyway. Fuck it. I don't know. I like cooking. But yeah, this is weird. So the Nemotron Nano is like all zeros for the structured output. Does that mean it's just really bad at structured output? It seems like Super is just as bad. DevStroll did all right. DeepSeek seems to be doing fine-ish. We are going to have to run our doctor command and see if it works. I think we got like heavily rate limited by DeepSeek. Yeah, we totally did. Interesting. It was like totally stalled for a minute. Yes, right after we get this and it outputs it and we rebuild things, it'll be on the website for sure. We could look at the JSON output too, but we got to let it finish because it doesn't do it incrementally. So that's like another fix I want to do eventually. Make it to where like if we bailed out right now, we'd still have the results we wanted. Oh, so there were still 4 that failed on us. Still 1 more that failed on us. So Yeah, doctor. Give me the news. No, there's something weird there. I at least want to keep one of these old dead ones around. Yeah, we'll just leave it. So, yeah, here. Actually, we'll do it here. GitBench report dash dev. That does some aggregation stuff. We do want to fix like when that aggregation happens, so we don't have to keep doing this two-step build process. But then if we go back here and we hit the npm dev API again, as long as Vercel doesn't be a dick about it and show my IP again. If we go back to here and we hit refresh, and there we go. So what we end up seeing pretty consistently as before, Ling does better with structured output, but it ends up being the only one. Here's something unintuitive as well, right? DeepSeek v4 Flash, the none output gets a better score than low. Pretty consistently, actually, even like, especially for the text. Here's my thought. Hold on, we'll go click into it. Okay, zero reasoning. Okay. Jeez. So at a 54%, right? Generate a concise commit message describing the changes in this diff. Focus on the action taken. Add fix update. Add hello.text with greeting message is what we kind of want, right? The ones that pass hello with greeting message. So it's not like a pure one-to-one. So we've already made this a better match. That's awesome. I think the LLM as judge nailed it. If we look at the ones that failed, what are they failing? Yeah, so it looks like Nemotron just doesn't do structured output, right? But it does because it doesn't fail every single one. It's actually just non-deterministic on whether it follows the structured output or not. Oh, and yeah, 405, 405. So actually, no. So this fails like we expect it to. I'm okay with that. Yeah, some providers not returning this. I think that is a well-deserved failure. I think we're okay with that. Yeah. No, that's exactly what we're looking for. So we should have cleared out the mock. The mock doesn't matter. But yeah, yet again, looks like some of them just don't output JSON as we expect them to. But we do see some of them do it, even though it's, well, wait, what? Yeah, that's going in our notes. Yeah, so Yeah, I find it so strange that this is considered a pass, but it isn't. But okay, yeah, I would say LLM as judge has massively helped. But even with an LLM as judge, we need to validate the structured output, right? Make sure it's proper JSON, make sure it meets the schema. Okay, cool. It is getting late, you know, getting towards quiet time for the apartment complex. I had to yell at some people yesterday who were laughing like past midnight out in the foyer or courtyard or whatever, and it was super loud. But since I had to yell at someone, I should probably make sure I'm not doing something worth getting yelled at, right? Even though I don't think I'm talking that loud. I think we're good. But, we'll see. That said, we should go raid someone. Who is streaming? Oh, Togglebit's going. We did just raid Togglebit just last night. Ooh, Ivers Majors. Oh, let's do that. Yeah, we haven't been able to raid Ivers for a bit. Oh, Ketsy Dodds is going. Don't think I've seen him streaming for a while. At least as far as I remember, he doesn't really acknowledge Twitch chat. I think he's more of like a YouTube, like acknowledging streamer. Let's go raid Ivers. He's a good dude. Yeah, thanks, Jeffro, for sure. I stream 5 days a week, so it'll be pretty easy. I don't always go this late, though. So that's the tricky bit. And then sometimes when I do go this late, I'm shit-faced. Usually on a Friday or Saturday. Usually. We have a good time. All right, so we're going to go say hi to Ivers. He does a lot of mobile apps, like just pure raw Swift and some of that stuff. He may even be looking at some of the... maybe not. I wasn't sure what it... like... Is he looking at the Apple stuff that, like, might have just come out? Because I know he's really big into that ecosystem. Yeah, it might be. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day. Really appreciate you. And then hold on. What did I miss? Ethan. Had to have a chat with a neighbor last week on your floor. Their arguments were super disruptive and always late at night when you're trying to sleep. I understand having relationship problems, but nobody needs to hear you screaming at the top of your lungs. Well, I mean, just saying, you could end up finding the next band you want to sing in by yelling at them, and then some guitarist recognizes that you got some pretty good pipes on you. If you're not aware, that's actually the lore of how Tool found Maynard James Keenan. He was yelling, "Shut the fuck up!" at his neighbors. Yeah, it's actually hilarious. Adam Jones was like, "Hey man, you sing?"